3 thumbs ups, but only 1 person here. That's an interesting start. Okay, folks, we'll give it a few minutes and wait for people to arrive. And in the meantime, I will say cheers to those that are here. To all 1 of you. Cheers, my friend. Appreciated. Oh. Okay, people will start to arrive shortly, I'm sure. And informational for everybody. You want to set chat. You want to have chat open, and you want to have it set to live chat all messages. Please do not leave chat on the default setting of top chat. You will miss, as I often do, about 10% of messages. Because I am my own worst enemy, I often fail to follow my own advice. So we have in the house already, we have Fama, welcoming everyone everywhere. Everyone, everybody everywhere. I apologise, Fabrizio. And we have Vitruvium, Ryan in Valencia. How's the weather been up Valencia way, mate? It's been a bit blowy here today, and the promised sunshine never really arrived. We'll talk about that momentarily, I guess. Now, down south in Spain, I've had a rough time this last week or so. 2 or 3 successive storms falling on from each other, one after the in rapid succession. Lots of flooding, lots of people with houses flooded, lots of damage and destruction. I haven't heard any casualty reports, but I haven't really followed that closely. I have enough worries of my own, typically. But best wishes and all the best to everybody who is down that way, including our friend Roger, DJ Son, who's often here. He's about 300 meters from a river that has burst its banks a little further downstream. So a little further downstream, it's broke its banks and flooded the nearest town to him, of which I don't remember the bloody name. He's a little bit south of Seville, closer to the coast, and there's a town with a name that I can't remember. But let me just scroll back. Twerk Artist. It's an interesting name. How's everything going? I couldn't sleep today and remembered about this channel. 2:32 for me right now. That makes you, hold on, 2:32. That puts you 5 hours west of us, east of us. Where are you? It sounds like Poland. Not, you're further over than Poland. I don't know. I can't place you. And apologies if I don't recognise your name, because the way YouTube displays things these days, they changed whether from showing a longer name to a shorter one. But welcome anyway. I don't know whether obviously you're saying you remembered this channel, so you've been before. There's Zami Adams. A bit blowy. Remember the way you phrase something is important. Laugh my ass off. Listen, blowy is a perfectly acceptable term for when it's a little bit breezy. The British have a way of downplaying things. There's a story of people trapped in a building that was on fire, and they're talking to the fire brigade. And basically they're about to die if something's not done soon. And it might have been a person in America or something, and he's trying to express that the flames are like right at the door and that they're about to die. It's getting a bit hot in here, and the Americans don't quite catch on to the severity because of the British way of downplaying things. It's like there's a World War I story of an admiral on his flagship, and they're somewhere in the North Sea off Norway or somewhere. I don't remember the details. But 3 of their warships get blown up in quick succession, and the admiral turns to his second in command. He says, "Some of our warships seem to have a fault today." Just casual underplaying of things. So a bit blowy is a way of saying, yeah, it's blowing. Oh, it's okay. It's Wyamel over in Bangladesh. Hello, my friend. Been a while. I still remember you, of course I do. It's just the way that the way YouTube have switched from using the longer name to the shorter @ name. Hannah's in the house. Hello, Mike and Tina. We shall deal with the Tina situation in a moment. Farmer welcoming me to my own stream. Thank you, my friend. And he's welcoming Hannah as well. I don't have to worry. The cable is not plugged in at the moment because this is fully charged. Here's the... Oh, I'm saying here's the girl and you're still focused on me. Oh, there she is. I don't know. My brightness might be turned right down. I don't know whether you can see that or not. I will put the light on because she's wide awake, so there's no harm done. Apart from her not liking it, but that's... Come on, babe, you got to earn your crust. How are we going to get donations if you don't look cute, eh? Got to pimp you out a little bit, haven't we? Hey, babe. Hey, come on, that's okay. That's okay. There's Roger. Fix the fences so the dogs are free to run around without getting out. Yeah, because you can get into trouble that way, my friend. You can get into trouble that way. Here's Tina, though. Hey, babe. You're going to lay down now and be calm and quiet. Not too... Oh, here's one. Here's one. So, I set an alarm for 5 to 9, roughly 30 minutes before we go live. I fetch the EcoFlow over and the wires and the beers. You know, the tripod. Not beers for the sake of beers. You understand? I just need a support for the. This is my excuse. I'm sticking to it. Obviously, I need a support for the lamp, and these 500ml cans they're quite tall. So that's good. So I brought everything across, and I thought, I step out of the door, intending to go out to the little track here, turn right, and go up to the main road, and walk Tina. I get out, I look up the road. It's a fucking cop car parked 2/3 of the way down the road here, like 2/3 of the way to me. Well, I'm not walking that way, am I? I'm not inviting a fucking conversation and a demand for ID and all the rest of the shit. So I go the other way. And they sit there. I end up staying out about a good 5 or 10 minutes longer than I intended. And in the end, I've got to come back because we're going to go live soon. So I walked back part of the way, and instead of coming into this door here, I came into the field at the other end. You know the path that is really a dry riverbed. Well, we entered through there, and we just hovered basically in the garden. Tina, I can get in this end, but Tina can't. It's all blocked off with the fridge and shit. And dog food. There's a big sack of dog food. So Tina can't get in that way. So we wait, and they reverse up to the top of the road, towards the top of the road, and then they sit there some more. And there's 2 of them, because one got out at one point to go in the boot, in the trunk if you must. In the end, I go back out the riverbed, back out the same path, and there's a path up to this door where we're mainly shielded from them by bushes and things. So we do that. And they sit there for another 10, 15 minutes. And I, for all I know, they might still be there. I had to go back out. I'd taken a towel outside to shake earlier, and I'd accidentally left it outside on top of a box. And I needed it. So I went out and brought that, and they were still there. So you've got 2 coppers sat on this road for no apparent reason. I mean, they're parked down a single track road, lights off and everything. No blue lights, no nothing. Then when they reversed and they swung around, they just blocked the whole road. I've got cars coming down, so they must be out of the way unless this is them. I hope it's not them. I hope they're not here for me on a Sunday night. No, I was a bit worried. when I started to walk back, when we'd walked to the end and hung around and then came back, bugger put his lights on full beam. Don't know. A little bit strange. Let me catch up with you all, guys. Let me catch up. Jasper's got one of his sheep that is 2 years old today. Was it today or yesterday? I saw the video today. Floods in Spain and Portugal. Yeah, the southern end, the bottom end. 3 cans. Don't give excuses to take out the full can or take out the phone if it drops this way. But no, it's nicely balanced on its. It's usually on a tripod like that. It's a taller one though because of them being 500ml cans. This is the second half of my weekend beer. Well, this is 4 of them. You got the one I'm drinking, which I have only just opened. You got the one I'm drinking. You've got the 3 there. And I have got 2 more in reserve in the fridge in case we go long. If we end up doing it like a 7-hour stream or something. Based on current consumption, I only had 2 the other night, didn't I? We were on for 5 hours. I think I only had 2. I haven't watched it back yet. But yeah. It's I tell you what I haven't done. I haven't done that silence thing. What's it called? Do not disturb. Give us a second. If anybody did happen to send me a donation, I don't want anyone with headphones ending up deaf with a ringing in their ears. Do not disturb. Active. Okay. I got to get back to the screen. Here we go, folks. Here we go. It's telling me that there are more messages. Floods, Spain and Portugal. There are indeed, Jasper. There are indeed, my friend. We're quite near where Roger is. The town Jarrah, something like that. I can't remember the exact. A little bit south of Seville. Let's have a look. Saturday was the sheep's birthday. Okay. I did say happy birthday I left a comment. Saw it on YouTube, poor animals. Yeah, flooding is not nice, is it? It's like most animals can swim to a limited extent, but if you're in a field, if you're in a field that's they're going to run out of energy if they have to swim too long. Even elephants can swim. Mind, elephants can just walk along the bottom and put their trunk up and breathe, can't they? They're looking for a spectacled, mustachioed gentleman. They could well be, my friend. They could well be. Okay, here we go with farmers. Copy and paste. I was going to say admonishment. That's not right. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam, slap the like button and consider subscribing. Why not? It's free. Borrowed that from Trevor Coult. I tried to cook soup for myself. It tasted naru. I don't know what naru is or means. I'm going to assume that means bad. It either means bad or excellent. Soup's easy. Helps if you've got a blender. And it depends whether you want it to be chunky or not afterwards. You just throw all your ingredients into a pot, cover them with water, and boil. And when you're about 2/3 of the way done, take an immersion blender and blend. If you want it chunky, blend half of it away, leaving some veg extant, leaving some veg present. If you want it smooth and creamy, blend it all away into oblivion. Maybe add a bit of cream if you want it truly creamy. Or a bit of butter. Chefs like their butter. Did you read Berlin had black ice and government wouldn't put salt down? This is a big trend across Europe. And I saw it in Britain 12 or 15 years ago. At the local authority, cutting down on, we use a grit, so a mixture of sand and salt. The salt melts the ice potentially, and the grit gives a bit of extra traction for any vehicles or for people on footpaths. The local authority stopped doing it, except for the main roads. So I lived on so there was a main road, actually the A6, which is, you know, the A roads are the next biggest roads after motorways. You got the A6, and then I live directly off a side street from that, but up a hill like fucking that, like a 30 or 40 degree incline. A little bit less at the bottom, but then and I lived up that part that got steeper, and they salted and gritted the flat road at the bottom, but the fucking hill. So the area is called Beaumont, pretty hill or beautiful hill, in Francais. But big fuck off hill, nothing. Totally flat road. Oh, all the fucking grit you could ever want. Money saving, cost saving. They think it's more efficient. It just leaves everybody to struggle, unless you live on one of those big main roads. Ridiculous. Nasty, okay, nasty. You misspelled. Nasty and disgusting. What did you get wrong? Was some of your veg off already before you made it? I mean, you literally just boil it. Maybe put a bit of stock, like a stock cube or something. Or if you've got actual meat, just put some meat or something in there if that's your base. My mate, the guy who taught me to cook, Chef Jean-Pierre, he never cook with water. The only thing he will ever cook with water is his stocks, because obviously it's a requirement. I watch a lot of chefs make stocks, and it offends me that they'll put all these carrots and celery and onions, they'll do all of that, and their meats, and they'll do all that, and then they just filter it all out and throw it in the fucking bin. They pass it through a colander, a sieve, a chinois, whatever kind of fine mesh or whatever you're going to do, and all of that veg is just, in their opinion, that veg is now tasteless. You've boiled all of the flavour out of it into the water. It's kind of offensive. I don't like to see food being thrown away. Why not throw a bit of honey over it or something, and just make a glaze and eat it anyway? But that's the only time that Chef Jean-Pierre cooks with water. Everything else involves stocks, and so even when he's doing a soup, you don't just start with water. You start with a stock. Now I'm a fan of stock cubes because cramping a feet. I'm not going to spend 3 hours boiling some veg to death to make a stock. That's the gas is worth more to me than that. So stock cubes. Where we going here? That was farmers jumping in with onions, garlic, carrot. You always have to have your carrots, celery, onions. That's your either mirepoix or the sofrito, Italiano, sofrito. If you're going with a tomato base, or you can go with a cream base or milk or cream. Depends whether you're putting any meat. I guess if you put meat in your soup, you're turning it into more of a stew. Where's the borderline between a soup and a stew? Maybe we should look that up. I do like to leave you with an education, folks. There has to be a so you can have a smooth, creamy soup, smooth like where you've blitzed it to being literally smooth. You could have a chunky soup. Whoa! Fuck! Okay, folks, you still there? I watched that happen and I tried to catch it and it didn't, and it went bad. I have got liquid in places that shouldn't have liquid. I've got cans of beer on the deck. It got put. There was no wind before, and now there's wind fucking knocking things over. That was most unfortunate. There's still another can missing. One of my tripods is one of my. What's that? Okay, that's got knocked over. Okay, there's the other can. I see the other can. Oh! Hold on. What can we do here? Let's try and go closer to the edge. If that happens again, I'm going to have to go with a light under my chin again. Okay, I've got all 3 cans here. I didn't realise. One of them is falling forwards. Hold on, folks. I'm just rebuilding. Where is the phone stand? Here's one of the cables. There's the limoncello. Hold on. Where's the fucking phone? Is it? No, you're not putting my fingers over there. You're the fucking mousetrap. Hold on. Wait a minute, folks. Disaster. Let me. I don't know what to do with you while I'm looking. Give me a second. I'm going to have to move the lamp over here. Is that the mousetrap? Or is that the phone? That's the mousetrap. Triggered or not? Put your fingers away from the mechanism. Triggered. Okay. But where's the phone stand? If it's not down there, what the fuck just happened? Hold on. I am still here, folks. I apologise. I'm just baffled because I cannot find. Can't really do a podcast kind of thing without the phone stand, can I? And it's not here. Where can it be? What? Was that it? Is that it there? Okay. Alright. My chest of drawers has got a missing drawer, and it decided to jump into the cabinet where the missing drawer would have been. You see, it's relatively calm now, but that reached right in, pushed the lamp over, took all of the beer cans with it. That was most. And I almost caught it. I almost stopped it happening, but I think I had my can of beer in my hand, I think. I don't know what else. There's nothing I can do here geometry wise to make that less light. Oh, okay, I nearly knocked the can over myself there. I guess being taller, they're a little bit more unstable, but it still takes force to push them over. Let me scroll back. Bit of wind, yeah. You never want to eat from tin soup, I think Jasper's saying that. I had a tin of oxtail soup today. It was awful. I think maybe Soylent Green soup. The old Soylent Green references. Chuck Heston would be proud. His work lives on. By the way, Mike, in my country we pay $12 monthly fee to use gas. It's unlimited. Is that the same with Britain? No. You have a meter and you pay depending on how much you use. They sell it in units. Do they still do it in British thermal, what do they call them? BTU, British thermal units. Oh, look at this now. Now chat is jumping around, so I'm going to spend... I got 25 minutes of YouTube behaving, and now it's going to be Now it's going to be a pain in the ass all night. No, YML, no, we're on a meet. In Britain it's a meter, but I'm in Spain at the minute. My gas is in bottles. Canish, what do you call them? Like, we use the word bottles, but they're metal canisters. What do I pay? It was just over 20 euros. It was cheaper this time than it was a year ago when I bought one. Oh, chat's gonna be a pain in the ass now, folks. I'm gonna have to hold my finger on the screen for however long we go. Unless I exit and come back in and see whether it fixes itself. Fabrizio says, laugh my ass off. I told you, Mike, the lamp is evil. It is indeed. There's Jasper saying he had a tin of, I assume, oxtail soup. Although oxtail is very, very expensive nowadays. They have a habit of substituting cheaper cuts in. Oxtail became trendy because of chefs and things, because of YouTube chefs, I think. It's like everything. It starts off as a throwaway thing, like crabs and lobster used to be. They were poor oysters. They were poor people food. And then the rich learn about them and it becomes trendy and everything becomes fucking expensive. Suddenly nobody can afford oysters and lobster and things. Yeah, twerk or YML, UML as we used to, as we remember him, Bangladesh. Bit of wind, yeah. It blew the wall right in. So at the minute, by default, the wall is about 3 or 4 inches away from the lamp. But it bowed in so much, it pushed the lamp, and the lamp took all the cans with them. And one of the cans fell this way and took the phone, and the phone somehow the phone came this way, but the stand went totally different direction. I had a little drop of wine. I've got this glass here, look. You see this? Again, another tall, thin one. I think this is from Karen. And there was like half an inch of wine in the bottom. And that fell onto the bed and spilt wine over the tablet. I got liquid. I got moisture in places it shouldn't have moisture. Never good. Here we go. Twerk artist, as I'm going to call him probably from now on, says that in Bangladesh, my country, $12 works like $50. So you get 4 times the purchasing power. Economics term, purchasing power parity, PPP. Yeah, they have another measure, which is the McDonald's, the Big Mac parity. You work out how many Big Macs you can buy with a certain amount of currency and compare and contrast. Various ways of measuring purchasing power amongst different countries. The gas is still cheap considering it's unlimited. Yeah? Indeed. In this wind I can't cook coffee, that's not the right term, is it? I can't boil water. The cooker either gets blown out or I haven't got a windshield around it, so the gas, 50, 60, 70% of the gas gets blown away before it's ignited, or it gets blown away and the heat's going around the pan, not into the pan. So I don't, first thing in the morning when it's really cold, if it's a cold morning, so if we've been down to 3 or 4 degrees, I don't boil water in the morning because the gas doesn't work efficiently down at those temperatures. If we've had heavy rain and the gas ring has had water in the little holes, I don't try and boil water early on those days. And when it's windy, I don't cook or boil because it's just too inefficient. I end up using 3 times as much gas and standing out there forever waiting for it to boil. I don't like to leave it unattended. I will do for 3 or 4 minutes at a time, like come in, check on Tina, do something, go back out. But what's it say here? First time I got internet, 2014. I had. Oh, it's jumped. Jesus Christ, how far back are we? First time I got internet, 24. God, you were a late beginner, 2014. I was on in 94. I got 20 years on you, mate. Had a conversation with sister. I was drinking orange and urinating in a orange bottle. Picked up the wrong bottle to. Oh no. No. Don't drink and pee at the same time. There's problems with urinals, yeah. It's raining down where Roger is. Jarrah or something like that. What's that town just south of you? Great Gary says hello Mike and gets welcomed by Farmer. Whoa, it's a damn man. And then how far back? This is, I might have to step out, folks. This is going to be annoying. Tourism, it was yesterday afternoon. Not a medical cover. Hold on. I can see there's bad stuff happening. Damn man, there was a spider in my shoe yesterday and it bit my toe. I've been so ill, can't walk and it's gone black. Sweating so badly, headaches as well. This is South Africa, yeah? What kind of spiders do they have? Have you identified the spider? Did you crush it? Is there remnants to test or identify it with? Whoa. Oh fuck, I'm way off. Toe is necrotic. You gotta get that looked at, otherwise you'll lose your toes and maybe your leg, and you'll end up, they'll chop you off either below or above the knee. Get it sorted, man. Yesterday afternoon I'd put my shoes on. Oh, it's... Put my shoes on, put my shoes out to dry. Don't have medical cover in the... Most countries will they'll treat you in an emergency. It's so bad there I'll end up with some other disease. Mate, if it truly goes necrotic, you lose, well, you know, lose toes, feet, leg up to the knee, leg above the knee. You can die. Okay, I'm scrolling. I am in pain here doing this, folks. This is no good. This is not going to work. Chest pains and abdomen. That's hospital time. The fuck are you doing? Don't have medical cover. They'll treat emergencies. I mean, there might be a charge after. You just flee the country. Never go back. It was yesterday afternoon. I'd put my shoes out the window. I read that. Yeah, toes is necrotic. And did you see what spider looked like? Yeah, you got to identify it if you can. Get yourself to ER. No joke. No, it is no joke. Here's Michael Mashtag. Hello, my friend. I would go to the government facility. You can't get worse than you have. Pretty bad what you described. I had no idea. I only started feeling about 2 hours after I put my shoe on. Started getting a headache, sweating and cramps. Well, list your symptoms, tell the doctors. They'll be able to pick out the right anti-venom, hopefully. The pain and all that has stopped, but the toe is going black and is so swollen. Yeah, if something is like blocked... Well, no, okay, two possibilities here. So, spiders inject like their acid, their stomach acid essentially, into you. And it starts digesting you from the inside so that they can then suck it out afterwards and eat you. Yeah, you don't let that happen. So it might not be venom per se, it might just be their digestive juices. And that won't stop. That's like a runaway cascading effect. You wanna get that looked at, pal. Andy's computer. Yeah, I haven't done my intro yet, or requested the thumbs ups and things. Yeah, please, mate, if you can, go to the hospital. Go now. Get a taxi or whatever you need to get. Get a friend to take you. Do whatever you need to do, but get that looked at. Starting to go black stroke purple. Yeah, I mean, where's my tablet? Here's my tablet. Let's have a look at South African. I don't want to scare you, but you're already scared. That's not right, mate. You got to get that looked at. When you say it's going black stroke purple, how big an area are we? Are we looking at that, or is it? Where are we? Give us it in terms of euro coins or something that we can judge by. Okay. I'm going to put dangerous rather than venomous. Dangerous spiders. South Africa. I stopped myself from spelling it correctly by mispronouncing it. South Africa. The most dangerous spiders in South Africa capable of causing significant medical issues are button spiders, brackets widows, sack spiders and violin spiders. Button spiders, brackets black stroke brown, possess potent neurotoxic venom, while sack and violin spiders have cytotoxic venom. So one kills your nervous system and the other kills cells that cause tissue necrosis. Here we go. We're leaning towards sack and violin because of the necrosis. Bites rarely kill but require immediate medical attention. Button spiders, known as black or brown widows, these are the most dangerous. Small, often black with a red hourglass, or brown with various markings. Their neurotoxic venom causes severe pain, muscle cramps, vomiting and sweating. Okay, mate. That. They're all going to look like they match, aren't they? By the time I read the effects. Sack spiders, responsible for an estimated 75% of spider bites in South Africa. These spiders are not shy, frequently entering homes. Their bites are cytotoxic, causing localized pain, swelling, and sometimes necrosis. Brackets, flesh rotting. But the other stuff that you mentioned, vomiting and cramps and sweating, that's black or brown widow. That's what I'm leaning towards. Dr. House here is... you got to listen to me. I watched every episode of House, okay? And I've got Google. Violin spiders, recognizable by a dark violin-shaped mark on their back. Shy, nocturnal, hide in dark places, like behind cupboards or in clothing. Their bites are also cytotoxic, often causing severe tissue damage requiring antibiotics and in some cases surgical care. And then they mention another one here that they'd never mentioned before, the six-eyed sand spider. Those spiders all had 8 eyes, one above each leg. Excuse me. Found in the desert regions, incredibly toxic venom. However, they are rare, shy, and have not caused known human envenomation deaths in South Africa. No deaths from them. I think all 3 of them kind of fit elements of your symptoms. Go get it looked at. Andy's Computer Tube. Hello, Andy. Doing dinner and lurking. You're most welcome to lurk, my friend. I can't read white on white to see where we are with numbers. Hold on. I don't know if they have those in South Africa. Andy, I don't know. Let me scroll back. Fuck off. I'm literally going to jump out of this and jump back in, I think. No. I literally can't. Did you know a single spoon of eucalyptus oil can kill a person out? I did not. Eucalyptus. Don't we put that in lockets? We have eucalyptus in cough sweets. I don't know what strength or whatever. We have our own bacteria, and bites can take it across the protective barrier where it can become necrotic fast without any venoms. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to. This is unusable for me, folks. I'm gonna go click somewhere else. Bear with me for a few seconds. I have to find a way of getting out of this. Hold on. Oh, it's not gonna let me. I gotta go that way. I need to click something, anything. I'm gonna go look at a weather forecast just for the shit of it, and then I'll come back in. I don't think it exited. And it's still jumping. I don't think that exited properly. It didn't say you've still got a stream, do you want to go back? I'm going to do that again, see whether I can do it properly. I still don't think it did it. I don't think it exited. And it's still jumping. How do I go to another app and make YouTube start? Normally I go back to YouTube and I have to go in and as if I'm going to go and click live, and it says, oh, you left the stream, do you want to resume? And it's not doing that, it's just dumping me straight back in, and I don't think it's resetting anything. Praying for the soul of Gary right now. Rest in peace, Gary. That's a bit extreme. Gary doesn't believe in the medical system. Mate, spider bites, though, in South Africa. I've survived being shot 6 times in the stomach, so I'll survive this. My heart stopped for over a minute and I'm still here. Maybe you... Hold on, where are we going here? No, that's not jumping. Oh, it did. Fuck. I'm stubborn, lol, he says. Yeah. I can see. I don't want a death on my stream. I'll be in all the newspapers. Okay, you had pictures. I was asking that before whether you had a description. They've been cleaning the garden, so lots of bushes cut down, so things will be fleeing and moving. Yeah, Farmer's got a point. The fact that it stopped hurting, some of those things that we read about were neurotoxins. They will kill the nerves. You will stop feeling pain once the nerves are dead. There's YML with the eucalyptus. Just the toe on my right foot next to the big toe. It's the same size as my big toe. For now it is. It might be gone by morning. Sweating and nausea have stopped as well. I'm just worried about the colour change. It's necrotizing potentially. Your toe is being digested. Ready for the, in theory, ready for the spider to come back and eat you up. Well, they don't eat you. They don't chew such. They inject a proboscis type thing and just drink because you've been digested, semi-digested already. I think it could be more serious than you think, my friend. My advice would be hospital. And I've not been to a doctor in, I think it's 20 years, and it was 30 years before that. Oh, that can't be right. I went once as an adult, like just as I turned out an adult, so 17 or 18. Then I left it 25 or 30 years. I only went then because I got an earache that was so bad after 3 days I was falling over. I was aiming to go through a door that way and I would hit the wall that way, like at 90 degrees. That and the pain. And even then it was only because the wife made me go. You know how blokes are. Don't really do doctors. They reckon this is the reason that married men live longer than single men. It's because when something is truly wrong, the wife will actually make them go to the hospital. If you're single, you don't get harangued into going to the hospital and looking at, or doctor and looking after yourself. It's a man thing, isn't it? It's a man thing. So I understand Gary's point of view, but I think he's wrong in this instance. Because poison fucking spider. Some things you can man up about. A fucking toothache or an earache or whatever. You can man up about. Until you start falling into walls at 90 degrees. To where you start, to where you're aiming for. But I think it's silly thinking, but if it's my time, then it's my time. But I will survive. You and Gloria Gaynor. Oh no, didn't she die? She didn't survive, folks. She didn't survive. Don't make Mike famous by not going to the hospital. This is it. South African man dies of spider bite while chatting on live stream with Trump. Hey, on the flip side, the attention might get me home. Only joking, Gary. Only joking, mate. Oh, that guy, there's a guy, yeah, the guy with, he's immune to some like 38 types of venom, snakes and spiders and stuff. And they're trying to use his blood to see if they can create a universal anti-venom. Because there's only so many categories of venom. And if you've got the defenses against enough, the theory is you won't need an anti-venom for this or an anti-venom for that. You just replicate his blood or extract whatever elements of anti-venom you need from his blood or immune system or whatever, and replicate them by the billions, and a universal anti-venom is the theory. I wish YouTube had a better system so we could bet if Gary would survive or not. YouTube hasn't got a system for that, but there is a fairly recent website that will take bets on anything and match you against other people. So the people in the middle are taking their cut, but they're never involved in the actual gamble. They can't lose. The house always wins. I should start a Gary coin on crypto. Well, you might not be farmer, I will. We're not betting on another human being's demise. I'd bet on the downfall of fucking Starmer. Queer Starmer. Not death, not that demise, but, you know, end of political career kind of demise. Stay on, it's no problem. Get the violin out. Where are we here? Hold on. It's jumping up and down. I got out of one of the top 5 most prestigious schools in my country and was 1 year away from finishing school. I scored too low in the exam and had to move to save a year. Worst year ever. That's unfortunate, my friend. Let me... I honestly, I can't work with this, stay on, it's no problem. How's EcoFlow? Awkward. But survival. I think I may have isolated an issue today. But these you know what it's like, intermittent problems, Andy. Intermittent problems are the worst because you might do something and then it suddenly works. Can you guarantee that that thing you did is what made it work? Or is it just the intermittent gods at play? So, Miyagi away, you fucker. Can you see it? Can you see it yet? I got the fucker. Mr. fucking Miyagi. Now I can't flick it off my finger, it's sticking to me. Get away, you fuck. So late on in the so yesterday, so remember Friday was the day I had the problem. So Saturday, I took the EcoFlow out, ready to experiment and mess about. Plugged it in, just worked straight away. Figured, don't mess, don't move anything, don't ruffle a wire, don't move. It worked all day long. Today, took the EcoFlow out, plugged it in, carried on working. But we didn't have much in the way of sunshine in the morning. So there were whole hours going by with zero input from the solar panel. And eventually we get a little bit of sun in the afternoon, but we get to like 2, half 2, 2:45, whenever it is, and the shadow of the tent starts to impinge on the corner of the panel, so we lose, it's not getting any input. As soon as you cover like 1/10 of a solar panel, you lose everything. These older ones anyway. There's some newer ones that handle it better, but anyway, I had to move the panel around, and for a little while it didn't work, and then I don't really know why it started working again. Later on, got shadow there, and I had to go the other end of the field. Now here's where it got interesting. For ages it didn't work, and I tried moving the wires. I tried shaping the wire of just behind the connector in case it was loose there or dodgy there. Couldn't make it work. I manipulated the wires directly out of the solar panel. So the ones that come out of the solar panel and that end in MC4 connectors. And so I've got this all day long. The solar panel's been in portrait, but I'd switched it to landscape, and at the end where the cable comes out, I'd had to pull them kind of down, no, up and around and down behind another object. So basically, if it was stood upright, it'd be like pulling the cables to the left. While it was laid down, it was lifting them up and around. And it after ages of not working, I got it working. Only added another 4 or 5% to the EcoFlow. Finished on about 94%. I was able to use the fridge most of the afternoon. Charge the fridge, cool the fridge. My problem is, I've no idea what this cable is. The cables that come out of the back of the panel. They look to have a screw fitting, and obviously the end in MC4. But what's the type of connector that goes in the panel? Can I just disconnect it and reconnect it and hope it's better? I don't think that will do it, but or can I just replace those cables? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what the connector's called that's on the panel. But I've been able to finagle it and make it work. And when I brought it over, there's a way to tell whether it's gone, even when you haven't got enough power for the EcoFlow to work or to detect anything, if you turn the EcoFlow off and then connect the panel, if it's daylight, the panel, the EcoFlow will switch back on, which it did this evening. So then I left the cable very carefully where it is, and tomorrow I should just be able to take the EcoFlow out, put the cable in the back, and it should just work. And tomorrow's going to be a lot sunnier day than today was. The weather forecast today said it was going to be sunny all day. We had a couple of hours this afternoon that were okay, but well, they were on and off. It was very. I said we were going to talk about the weather. This morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, I took the dog for a walk. She needed to go out, so I took her. Clear fucking sky, like fuck off clear sky. I could see every star everywhere. There wasn't an obstruction in the sky. 8 o'clock this morning, solid cloud cover here, but to the south there was a line where the clouds stopped, and out to sea, clear fucking blue sky. Only problem, the wind was coming from the west, so perpendicular. It's just bringing cloud over all day, and all day there's clear blue sky just to the fucking south, like 4 or 5 miles out to sea. Clear sky all fucking day, not a cloud in that band. And we had a band here with not a patch of blue for most of the fucking day. Then suddenly we got some, and my 100-watt panel was bringing in 108, 109 watts. We didn't hit 100, I think 110 or 111 is the maximum I've ever seen. But 109 is not bad from a 100-watt panel. But this solid band of cloud overhead most of the day, and to the south just been clear all bastard day. It's really annoying. I think I'm working backwards at the minute. Stay on a bit, don't let anyone drive you away. Night get okay. No, I was just asking. No. You're not ruining the show, mate. No. Stay. We will let the topic drop if you've made your decision. Everybody, if Gary stays, leave him alone. Just that we're concerned for you. I'm actually getting mad, said Weimer. Why? Taken with a pinch of salt. You have to diagnose it and then demand the care you need. Okay, I'm going to read a few of these, but we're not going to harp on it at Gary. There's danger in both using the system and ignoring it. I'm an attention seeker. What? That's an exception, not a rule. Black toe, big problem. Thanks, twerk artist. I'll go tomorrow if colour doesn't come back. It's jumped. Hold on. Which way is it jumped? Hi and bye. Josie arrived and left. Just did say hello. Have guests, so off again. Okay, my friend. How far have I missed you? That was 22, 23. It's 26 minutes. Maybe you'll still see this. No, I'm pleased I'm not. I would have got a bit long. Might be worth getting a multimeter. One day I'll get a multimeter and a soldering iron and a bit of solder and a bit of flux, and I'll play around, but that's not me. That's not skills I have at this moment. If you're not in his shoes, you can't speak the situation. Shot 6 times, he thinks he's John Wayne. Hey, we all make our own decisions in life, and then we've got to live with the consequences. I read that one. God, get the violin out. I knew 6 would say. Okay, Michael Mashtag's not impressed by Gary's responses, I guess. But each to their own, is what I say. I think it's jumped back. I've already read these. Okay. Come on, guys, calm down with no arguments. I wouldn't say attention seeker. What? A friend of mine went in for a bunion removal. That's a wonky joint on the big toe joint, isn't it? Usually bent by women and pointy shoes. She came out with her arm amputated. Is that a blood clot or something? Or a mistake? It's like someone who goes in for the left leg amputated and wakes up with the right leg amputated. Twerk artist said something about going in for I lost it. He went in something pain in the neck and had a hand that didn't work for 3 months or something. I know that they're about 15 minutes. I can't leave people totally behind. And the chat is jumping up and down, making it really difficult. I'm going to have another go at jumping out, folks, okay? Give me a couple of minutes. I will have to leave it a couple of minutes because YouTube doesn't seem to be behaving the way that it did previously. So I've got to find a way of launching another app. I will be back. Here we go. Oh, it jumps and jumps and jumps. Did I actually leave, yeah? It didn't say you are live, it just said move your fucking phone the other way. There was Josie, hi and bye. Welcome and good night, Josie. Blooming cables and connectors are a pain. I said this to anyone out there who's a prepper. If you're doing any kind of prepping or putting stuff aside ready for the, whether it's for a 1 month long power cut or whether it's for the apocalypse, whether it's a zombie apocalypse or alien invasion, whatever it is, you need more cables than you know. You need every cable. Not just the cable that joins on the other cable. You need that other you need backups for that first cable. Cables and in this day and age, you don't want a big bag full of Chinesium cables. Get yourself some proper branded cables where you can. Although, I bought one at the Chino Bazaar. I'll show you it. You see this cable? USB-A at one end, and it's got 3 different connectors at the other. The lightning cable, USB-C, and micro USB. It does all 3. Temco, I think it says. Bought it at the Chino Bazaar. It seems fantastic. Nice and flexible, but well, like a woven. It seems to be a really thorough thing, and the connectors aren't like falling off. Good strain relief on the back end of the connector, the so-called boot. All good. I like that, and that's from the Chino Bazaar. But most, pointing it down at all the bottles and bottles of cola and iced tea and lemonade and shit. Most cables I've bought at the Chino Bazaar, I've had some that haven't lasted a week, which is really pissing me off because they're not cheap compared to an Amazon or like Argos in the UK or whatever, if Argos still exists. I don't know, haven't been there in a while, but compared to stuff like that, the Chino Bazaar's surprisingly expensive. Where's this? Oh, you're plugged in there. I'm going to plug it. I don't know. I've got no idea where we are power-wise with the phone. Let me check. Can anybody tell me where we are for viewers and thumbs ups? Because I can't see that. I've got a white on white thing going on with the Looks like it might say 10 thumbs ups, maybe. And viewers, is that a 12 or a 13, maybe? I got white writing on a white background. It's actually behind. It looks like it's white writing behind a white overlay. YouTube, the fuck are you playing at? That would have never passed muster with the with the colour scheme analysis it had to do for disability purposes. Back when I was building websites, that would be a fail. Cables and connectors are a pain. Ask an AI in camera mode. That should identify it. I wouldn't be relying on AI for... did you see the video the other day? So a lady who does... what's the word? We scavenge for food in the woods. There's a word. I don't know what the word is. Anyway, she taught a friend of hers some basics. And this friend's looking at this and she's like, is this a wild carrot? Or is it something nasty? And she asks the AI. And the AI says, oh, it's definitely not... It's definitely not... hold on. Why is it not showing me what's what? Baker's dozen. 13 thumbs up. Yeah, Baker's dozen. Why did that get deleted? I'm lost. If I could reinstate it, I would. I cannot. Is that not an ability we have? Can we not reinstate a deleted message? 13 is indeed a baker's dozen. I don't know why fam I did that. Sorry, Roger. Where was I? Oh, this lady's asking AI, is this a wild carrot or is it... What was the stuff that Socrates died of? What was the poison he... Hemlock. She's like, is this a wild carrot or is it hemlock? And the AI is convinced it's a wild carrot. It's convinced. She pulls the root up, and it's kind of carrot shaped, but it's got purple striations, purple stripes in it. Hemlock. AI says, there's no purple stripes, it's a fucking carrot. Get on with it, get it eaten. She contacts her friend and who taught her about what's the word? Going out into the woods and picking bits and pieces. Anyway, oh, I hit the button accidentally. Okay, it happens. I've almost banned people by accident. Foraging. Thank you, UK Richie. My mind wasn't working. Foraging is the word for when you go out hunting for wild edibles. Anyway, AI's it doubles and triples and quadruples down, telling her, look, it's a fucking carrot. Stop being a bitch. I mean, it didn't use that language, but you get the idea. When something reiterates and reiterates and reiterates, she contacts her friend a little bit concerned, just to double check. And her friend says, fuck, that's hemlock. Eat that and die. That's what Socrates was forced to kill himself with, if you can be forced to kill yourself. It happens, mate, don't worry. I'm sure Roger's okay. I read it. 13 is indeed a baker's dozen. One extra because one area of the oven might get a hot spot, or maybe the baker might want to eat one of the loaves himself. But yeah, AI and medical conditions, the life and death stuff, I wouldn't be going with AI. Just my opinion. Anyway, let's leave Gary alone if he's still here. He probably isn't by now, but where are we going here? Car alternator on a geared mountain bike in a frame. Pedaling to create electricity. So what we're doing? You can take the engine out of a washing machine, or the motor out of a washing machine, or lots of other things. And Mike, do you like instrumental music? Like not as a genre specifically, but individual ones I will. So what do we got? Tubular Bells. That was an instrumental, right? The Shadows, Cliff Richard's backing group, as was. They did a lot of instrumentals, didn't they? Music with no singing. Do I think of any other examples off the top of my head? Well, Vanessa Mae and Nigel Kennedy, the violinists. Yeah. Classical music. I guess you could class just as instrumentals, can't you? Your Bachs and Beethovens and what have you. Until we got to the opera kind of era, which I like as well in some ways. I gotta get myself a new copy of the Ring Cycle. Bit of Wagner. If I'm gonna be far right, I might as well be proper fucking far right, eh? Don't. I do like the Ring Cycle. I've seen a recorded version of the big production that they do each year, where they do them all over the course of a week. I like that. That's almost the original sci-fi. Almost. I listened. Do you know the company? It used to be called the Great Teachers or something. Now it's called the Great Courses, or I think it is. I don't tell anybody. On the High Seas. I downloaded a load of those once upon a time. I watched maths tutorials and physics lectures, but a guy called Greenberg, Joshua Greenberg, maybe. Joshua sounds like it would go with Greenberg, doesn't it? It's not that far right. Fantastic teacher about music appreciation. I learnt a lot. Even though I don't have a good ear for music, but I like to learn, and I took a lot in of what he said. Used to be that if you were singing about someone running up a hill, you went higher pitched as they went up the hill. It was very kind of descriptive. The music described the actions rather than just singing a song or singing words within an opera or within some. You went higher, but he starts off with with the monks and everything, the Gregorian chants and all of that kind of stuff, and he moves you forward through the history of music, through classical music and Baroque and all of that carry on, into opera. Did you know Galileo, that bloke with the telescope, his father was on the board of the first opera house. So basically Galileo's father kind of, I don't know, would you say founded opera? Maybe? Potentially? And like I said, the first opera starts off with just people standing there singing. Then they start singing in costume. And then it becomes a whole theatre production with pulleys and levers and backgrounds and literally it's like a sci-fi production. It wasn't aliens but it was giants and dwarves and other mythical and mystical creatures, ogres and what do you call the ones that live under bridges? All of that. It's got all of those. Um, I didn't even mention gods, did I? Gods and goddesses, trolls under bridges, opera. It's got it all. It's all there. But you went from people just standing there taking turns to sing to standing there in costume and singing to backdrops and trapdoors and things lifting and dropping and stuff just appearing on stage. Opera, folks, opera. It's the first sci-fi. Trust me. Go watch the Wagner Ring Cycle. It's subtitles. But I don't know if are you like me? Okay, if I could do a poll, I would do a poll. After I watch something like that for a while with subtitles, I start reading those words and hearing English, but in the voice of the person who's singing. This might be a synesthesia thing, I'm not sure. Does everybody do this, or am I weird? I'm literally reading it, and the bloke's singing in German or Italian. It depends on which opera you're. But those were the two main languages. I'm hearing the English that I'm reading in his voice. I don't know. Do other people do this? Am I weird? I think I might be weird. I'd like to recommend, and this is why I'm out. I'd like to recommend you Flowing Water Voyager disc by Guan Pingu. It's a bit of an acquired taste, but it sounds heavenly to me. Okay. What kind of Flowing Water Voyager disc? Is it it's an instrumental, is it? I guess it must be because that's what you were asking earlier, yeah? Okay. Oh, whoa. Look at this. There was more. Oh, no. It jumped. Running up that hill. What's she called? Kate. I can picture her. It was the 70s. Kate. Hold on. I can picture her. I know her name. Come on, brain. Get there if you can. Running up that hill. I'm running up that hill. I got Kate in my head. It's probably wrong, and it's going to make me stay wrong. Heathcliff and Caffrey, it's me. I've come home now. Whoa. What's her name? Give me a second, folks. Just don't rush me. No spoilers. Katie, Catherine. No. It's not gonna jump out, is it? It's not there. Kate Bush. Thank you, Farmer. I wasn't sure whether Kate was right. I thought maybe I was blocking myself with the first thought I had. I should learn to trust myself a little bit more. Let me get this drink drunk, because if I don't drunk the drink, I won't end up drunk. Cheers, folks. Thanks for joining me here on a Sunday night. Or I guess Sunday evening if you're the other side of the pond, like Farmer. Song linked to both. I can't click it for obvious reasons. Farmer says, pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam, slap, the like button. And consider subscribing, folks. But not if it's your first time here. You have to watch a few of my videos. Remember, I didn't like the last Star Wars trilogy, therefore I am far right. I'm the next thing from a Nazi. It's obvious. Where's this jump to? Okay, I'm working backwards. And this computer tube says, oh boy. Is that in relation to something specific? Oh boy, when you're with me, oh boy. That was Buddy Holly. The world will see that you were meant for me. AI told me how to make eucalyptus oil in home. We don't have access to the ingredients. Do you need the leaves? Is it the leaves or is it the bark? What is it? I didn't know it was extremely toxic. 1 spoon can kill a person. I almost died. Thank God a Google article popped up saying it's toxic. You've got to be careful with shit like that. Don't listen to, like I said, anything serious, don't listen to AI. Not life and death shit. Concoctions and chemicals. Now, I look at this. I've been scrolling up since oh boy and I'm back to oh boy. Stop it, you piece of shit. I can't get past this, Roger. AI told me something today. Absolutely not. I knew what it said was wrong. AI knows nothing. But did you press the down? There's an up and down arrow under the entries. If you're talking about Google, there's an up and down arrow, and you can give feedback and tell them that they're wrong. Why am I sleepy? Well, yeah, because it's like 5 or 6 in the fucking morning where you are, my friend. Go and get your sleep taken care of. The AI identifying suggestion was for your plugs DM. Oh, okay. Sorry, okay. Try posting, everything should be fine now. Oh. That's, okay, that's Farmer about blocking. You only blocked the one post, did you? Or did you block everything he did? Oh. I hope you didn't. Okay, I'm back to where, I'm surprised there's no undo. Like if someone does something wrong, or if I accidentally click something, I want to be able to bring it back. If I send someone to the Shadow Realm, I thought about having like a, oh god, here we go again, not being able to remember a word. I almost had it there. No, not going to get the word. Where you give everyone a free pass and let everyone back in. Like an armistice or a... That's not the word I was looking for, but I thought about everyone I'd blocked, like undoing them and letting them in as long as they behave. And I can't find a way to undo the... When I've clicked hide from channel, there's no list of people that I've hidden from channel. I can't go back in and let them back in. I can't go into a list and let them back in. By the way, Mike, about the drink, I'm importing parts of a still and assembling them one by one because my country is Islamic. Yeah. They'd like put me in jail and beat me if I drink anything alcoholic. Yeah, no, they're quite strict on that stuff. Yeah. But there are distillation things you can do that don't result in alcohol, aren't there? Not everything has to be distilled. You put alcohol in and you get strong alcohol out, but if the thing you put in isn't alcohol, you can distill it and get a stronger version of whatever it was you put in out. Shake it all about. Something, Kate Bush. Why could I not remember Kate Bush's name? Yeah, be careful what you post in public if your government is of a restrictive persuasion. I'm trying to scroll back and see if I've missed anything, but I don't think I have, folks. I don't think I've missed. I'm just checking that I am still on. Yeah, I am still on live chat. I'm going to click top chat and come back to live chat. See whether it stabilizes the jumping about. On the face of it, maybe. That's steady. That hasn't jumped. Oh, no, it has. Bastard. Just as you think that you've solved a problem. You'd hidden him entirely? Or was it a timeout thing? I don't know. I don't understand half of these things. Apparently, there's a live stream control, a separate live stream control panel somewhere, but I wouldn't know. So I've got the YouTube app, and I've got, what do they call it? YouTube Studio. But there's a separate live stream studio somewhere. I don't even know if that's the name. Live stream control panel, live stream studio. Is it? Was it? Don't think so. I'm going for YouTube live stream or YouTube live maybe. YouTube Livestream Studio accessed via YouTube Studio. But not the Studio app. Free built-in control room for managing live broadcasts. Okay. Is there an app? Or is it just a web page? I seem to meet the requirements. Okay. Have I been to the web page on this particular device? YouTube Studio. I don't even know the YouTube Create, YouTube Music. None of those. YouTube Studio. App. No. Okay, first I go to YouTube Studio, the web page. Studio.youtube.com. Does it let me in? Does this device know my passwords and things? It brings up the app. It gets hijacked. What does that plus there do? No, that's not. Okay. How do I do that without getting hijacked? I've done this before by going to YouTube Studio login. YouTube Studio.com login. That's just studio dot. Oops, Studio, YouTube Studio. I've got it. I'm not going to install it. How do I open YouTube Studio in Chrome? Yeah, without it getting hijacked by the Studio app. Because that won't do anything. Sorry, folks. Give us a second. I am live streaming, but I've got Studio. So when I try and go to the Studio web page, it gets hijacked by the Studio app. Okay, let's open Chrome first, rather than doing it in this. Where's Chrome? Sorry, folks. Just bear with me. Bear with me. It's a teddy bear with me. I do not have Chrome. Oh, it's going to be in there, isn't it? In the Google folder. In here. Now, maybe I won't get hijacked. Studio YouTube.com login. There, go. No. That's just a web page, and that's going to get hijacked by the app. I'm going around in fucking circles. Why are you offering Pornhub as a... What are you doing? What happened to Chrome? There. What the fuck is this? You're pretending that you're Chrome, but you're not. Oh, I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up. YouTube Studio login, specifically a login web page. YouTube Studio login desktop. Let's try that. No, those are links that are going to get hijacked. I can't get in. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking redonkulous. Just opens the app. Oh, hold on. Hold on, it's taking me to a web page and asking me to reauthorize. Processing, please wait. Chat, is that jumping about or are lots of people posting? I am still here, folks. I am still here. Yeah, AI. I like the AI on the web, on the Google web pages and stuff, for quick answers to quick questions. Who starred in this film? What's the name of that film? You know, in the 50s with Humphrey Bogart. Those silly questions that you want to answer on the floor. The question I asked the other week, the difference between a tax and a duty. Fine. No harm done if I get the answer wrong. Is this a carrot or is it deadly hemlock? Processing, please wait, and then it hangs. How long am I supposed to wait for please? The whole thing's frozen. It's not doing anything. I give up. I thought I might be able to find the live stream control panel. I might have been able to make a poll or something if I could get into the right place. But there's no way in, because the studio app hijacks it and then gives you limited functionality. It doesn't do shit. There's no way from the studio app to the live stream studio, as far as I can tell. Very limited. It's a very disappointing app. For the market leader in live streams and stuff, it's a piss poor. The same as this app I'm using to broadcast. You can't even reverse. So it's got the camera flipped, the image flipped, and you can't flip it back to the proper way. So if I hold this hand up and you look at that image, it looks like I'm holding my left hand up, but that's my right hand. But anyway, I can't get into I'm not a big believer in stuff getting absorbed via the skin. It's very rare for chemicals. Your skin is basically the barrier between you and the outside world. There's a very limited subset of things that can actually penetrate the skin. The old myth about standing in a bucket of vodka and getting drunk. Just no. Just no. Not a thing. Anything technical, GPT minimum. I consult for an idea and test stuff out, but I wouldn't like bet my life on anything technical from it. Let's have a look. When I do AI for eucalyptus work, it does tell me to not take it internally, just externally. It's all going to depend on which AI you're using, and maybe the fact that they got it wrong before means they've corrected now. This lady that was doing the thing with the wild carrots, the answer changed while she was on. When she went back for the fourth attempt, it had updated to say, oh yeah, no, that's poisonous, don't fucking... Sounds like there's someone doing donuts or maybe a car chase. I don't hear sirens. Just lots of screeching. Can you hear that? It's a long way away. But a lot of screeching. More than I expect from someone driving fast along a road and braking. Donuts, probably. AI told me I can heat tantalum in my forge furnace to make it malleable. Meanwhile, tantalum explodes. Okay, that jumped again. I was enjoying reading that, and then it's taken me away. Meanwhile, tantalum explodes into shards when heated. You should always do extra research. You always have to confirm that. Now, most of the AIs will, certainly the Google AI, will give you references underneath, point you to articles and maybe even scientific papers on things it's pointing you to. Scrolling back, see what I've missed. Tom, I see a welcome Tom. Where's Tom? Tommy Tombstone, Kate Bush rocks. She does. Has she done anything lately? I don't know, she'll be old now, won't she? But having said that, not so much. What, so when I was 7 or 8, she'd have been what, maybe early 20s, so she's maybe 15 years older than me? Oh, yeah, I mean, it makes us kind of early 70s, probably. As a guess, back of an envelope calculation. Okay, I'm back to where we were warning Twerk not to post stuff in public that might get him in trouble. It's a little bit like me talking about downloading stuff on the high seas. But I'm not in a country that's overly obsessed with this stuff. Skin absorbs oil and stuff to a degree. It's like these beauty creams and stuff that people use. They'll fill in pores and things, but they don't. So you've got lots of holes and things in the skin, and they'll go into the, but they're not going right through it and like into the bloodstream or anything. Most things don't. To most intents and purposes, the skin is waterproof. I mean, otherwise that's his job. Pretty much, to most. There are rare exceptions. Like all poisons, like Pharma is saying here, some things in concentration are toxic. Everything is toxic. The poison, if you like, the poison is in the dosage. 13 litres of water will kill you. It'll kill most people anyway. Some might need an extra litre or two, depending on your size, perhaps. Everything is toxic. The danger is in the dosage. Like I've said in the past, small dog, big bar of chocolate, danger, Will Robinson. Big dog, small block or two of chocolate, no problem. It's dosage per kilogram of body weight kind of sort of thing. Yeah, distillation is going to concentrate anything, isn't it? Especially if you're just extracting water from it. If your aim is to extract, so soak something in water and then make the water disappear. Yeah. Or you could capture other chemicals, volatile chemicals, at a lower temperature. Heads and tails, I think they're called, aren't they? The bit before what you want and the bit after what you want, and then there's your target substance in the middle. So you have to learn to throw away the first few bits and the last few bits, and keep the stuff in the middle that you want. I don't think that's specific to alcohol distillation, but it's that heads and tails or tops and tails, whatever the phrase is. Oh, I missed you. My Aggie let me down. My inner Miyagi didn't work that time. Okay, folks, where are we? We're 1 hour and 40 minutes in. And I can't see any numbers. See if I can concentrate. Perhaps 13 viewers? Maybe? It might be 17, but it looks more like 13. And thumbs ups. 14 perhaps. More thumbs up, folks. Come on, do your thing. Do that internet stuff. And it's jumping. And it's jumping. No, I was about to start reading. Okay, I caught it. Yeah, but you shouldn't drink the eucalyptus. The concentration from the still isn't high enough to go through your skin. That requires the industrial concentration set up. So, super high. The tails are actually toxic. It's generally okay, but if you mess up, yeah, anything like that. Yeah, methanol. Yeah, the wrong alcohol. And the cure for drinking the wrong alcohol is to drink the right alcohol quickly. So if you are distilling alcohol and you get it wrong, folks, and you suddenly start feeling all ill, what's it called? It's the same stuff. Ketoacidosis. It's the same thing that a diabetic gets when they have runaway issues. Ketoacidosis. I think the cure for methanol poisoning is to get as much proper alcohol, ethanol, into your body as possible. Drink a bottle of vodka. Quick. Your body prefers to lock on to proper alcohol, and if you take enough of that in, the methanol will pass through in the normal process without being, what's the word, not digested, but anyway, it'll pass through. That's all you need to know. So if ever you do find yourself in that situation, always have a bottle of vodka on standby, folks. It's a little tip from a tramp. Am I getting myself a bad reputation yet? Let me show you what I've got here at the minute in terms of... So the two ladies who came around on Friday night, Pat and Sue, they brought me about this much limoncello, which is lovely. It's gorgeous stuff. That's 15%, so it's basically a liqueur. But it's lovely. Really nice lemon flavoured liqueur. I guess it's lemon and cream. But I don't know. Because you would expect that to go off. Here I've got the remnants of a bottle of a brandy type. It's not actually brandy, but it's a brandy type thing. From when Karen was here, however long ago that was. She left, I think they left about 10 days ago. Brought this to me 11 days ago. So I got a little bit of that left. I got a brick of red wine, Card Bordeaux, a 1 litre brick. These are amazing. This is a nice one as well. Some of the other ones are not so nice. At €1.20 for a litre of 12.5. It used to be, I'm sure it used to be 15%. Now it's 12.5. That's shrinkflation for you. They've filled it up with extra water. But I got a bit of that, by the way. And I've got these 4 cans, haven't I? I got the one I'm drinking, and I would guess I'm somewhere about halfway through the can. I got the 3 that make the tripod. See all of that wind before, the couple of blasts that knocked the light over, it's been relatively stable ever since. The odd ruffle, the odd ripple down the tent, but nothing really noticeable. It just came out of nowhere. It hadn't been blowy. It's been really blowy all day. Farmer. Not all day. 12 while 6 it was supposed to be. I was surprised it carried on till like 8 or 9. Then it died down. We started the stream, and then we just got 1 or 2 blasts out of nowhere. Ooh. I was going to use it to inhale vapor. Inhaling. Oh, what do you call them? Vaping. I don't know if you've got those in your country. I mean, you might have just put in a bowl of hot water with a towel over your head. Especially if it's for a cold or something. That tends to be the brick. The brick is wine, yeah, red wine. Card Bordeaux. as we call it. Cardboard, Bordeaux. Oh, it's not actually Bordeaux, it's just a red wine. I don't even know if they name a grape or a... Literally in Spanish, they call it a brick. In English, Tetra Pak. You know what I mean? But in Spanish, brick. Because of the oblong, the cubic. No, not cubic. Cuboid, because it's not an actual cube. They don't name any... they don't name any ingredients or anything. Tetra Pak, Tetra Brick, aseptic. No idea what that means. Product of Spain, product of Spain, Vino Tinto, and that's it. The source or distributor, whichever. Madrid. Contains sulfides or sulfitos. That's as much info as they give. But yeah, red wine. I think I've got another one somewhere. Again, Karen. Thank you, Karen. Card Bordeaux, yeah. It's a portmanteau of cardboard and Bordeaux, but obviously the spelling. Camphor oil, you had the wrong plant. Camphor oil for inhalation. Is that a limoncello? It was, yeah. Limoncello is it's a lemon liqueur. From the taste of it, I would said it was lemon and cream or lemon and milk, but the acidity would tend to make a dairy product go off. So I'm not entirely sure how that's it. Maybe if you mix them when they're very chilled, they're less likely to go. There is a bunch of tiny, right. Yeah, it says limoncello crema. So I'm going to go with cream. Crema has got to be cream. They have other words, but there's some tiny right in there. I would have to get a camera on that and enlarge that. Enlarge the shit out of it. And here we've got some writing, and it's in script. It's in italics basically. It's not just joined up writing. It's in fucking italics. I can't begin. Gennarino Francescoli. That sounds Italiano to me. Except for the Frances bit, which might mean France. But is that France in Italian? Is that the Italian word for French? Or is it someone's name? Established by Distillery Espronceda SL. And then Seville. So that might be distributed or bottled by Espronceda. Misa en botella por la Distillería Espronceda. Don't know Misa. And botella, that's in bottle. Pa. Not pour, but pa. What language are we in? Sounds like more Italian than Spanish is pour. To mean by. If something's done by somebody, pour. There's pour and there's para. But pour in that instance. Don't know, mate. I don't know. How do you mix lemon and milk or cream without making curds or buttermilk or whatever? or yogurt. I don't know. These related dairy products. You take milk, you boil them, you add a little bit of something, and depending on what that little bit of something is, you get different results. You either end up with cheese, yogurt, or buttermilk, like I said a minute ago. I'm scrolling down. I'm going in the proper direction. I apologise if I didn't get back to you, if I didn't work far enough back through chat. Twerks. Oh, fuck, it scrolled. It was behaving, and so I let go. No. When moving into a new home, I couldn't sleep for the night, and so I slept in the day, so it messed up my sleep cycle. Now I can't sleep in the night when I sleep in the day, so it repeats. You should always expect when you're sleeping somewhere for the first time, like in a hotel or when you're on holiday and you're in a different place, the first night's sleep's always going to be very difficult, very disturbed. That's natural. The human body is on guard. You got a different set of noises. You're in a different place. You're on edge. That's ancient. That's prehistoric. That's built in. You can't do anything about that. It will always be that way. If I had to go somewhere on business, and if I went just the day before, let's say you arrive at the hotel at like 6 o'clock in the evening, and you've got to be in a business meeting the next day, never goes well. Never. That's you never have a great night's sleep. Ideally, if you can do it, you want to go down the two, not the day before the meeting, but the second day before, the day before that. The first night in a new place is never a good sleep. It's like if you were, back when we were living up in the trees. You're in a new area. If you've gone somewhere new, you're in someone else's territory. Maybe there's other things moving around that you don't know about. You got to be on guard. You might fall out of the tree. Or back in the days when we were on the ground, it might be snakes or a woolly rhinoceros or a woolly mammoth, whatever. Something could come around and get you. It's ancient. If you mix, a lot depends how much you put in, I think. How well they mix or not. Putting an acid into a milk creates buttermilk, if I remember correctly. But it doesn't take much. It's not much of a difference to end up with curds and whey. Which is the one where you have to put rennet or some kind of enzyme, which you get from the lining of a cow's stomach, and that turns the milk. I know that these things are different, and there are different ways of getting there to make your cheese curds, or to make butter itself. You just need cream, don't you? You just if you get the right kind of cream and put it in a bowl, just clean your hand and then just 10 minutes of that and you'll have butter. When I was at school, they made us do it with a fucking bottle of milk. So you had this much cream and you had that much milk, and between the class, we're shaking it all day long to try and make the tiniest amount of butter. Don't shake milk. You want to just have cream. Shake cream, agitate cream to make butter. And there's the whole question of whether you put the salt into the cream before you agitate, or whether you wait till you've got the solid and then you add the salt. Rennet required for cheese. Can add lemon juice to begin process. If you want to make yogurt, boil the milk, and as it cools, add some other live yogurt. That's the one, isn't it? I remember that now. So to make yogurt, you need yogurt. I've no idea how they ever made the first yogurt. If you haven't got yogurt, how do you make yogurt? And it has to be a live yogurt, not a pasteurized one, obviously. Um, Cabernet Sauvignon for red is usually best. Oh, God, we could get into a discussion here. I'm a Merlot man myself. Um, uh, 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 uh. I like the glass bottle wine only because it's sitting in glass like any other food or drink. I like it to be in glass. Doesn't react with the food versus the plastic in the Tetra Pak or bag wine. Bag wine, yeah. This so this is literally just in the Tetra Pak. I used to buy a box of wine that had a metallic a tinfoil bag inside. But again, I'm assuming that that tinfoil bag would be plastic lined. Otherwise, the acid in the wine would be reacting with the aluminium or whatever the bag was made of. And it wasn't always a wine. It was often the cheaper ones in Britain are a pear wine. Oi, I'm hiccoughing. Doesn't lemon make milk instantly curdle? If there's enough of it, yes, but you can reduce the you can reduce it by having them cold. If you mix them cold, the reaction's less likely to happen. I learnt this when I was learning about making a Bailey's Irish cream. Apparently, whiskey and milk will likewise curdle unless you chill them both before you mix them, and mix them slowly and stir in well. Still haven't done that one, folks. Does anybody want to see a video of a tramp making Bailey's Irish cream? I would probably make about 3 or 4 litres. That stuff is so delicious that you just can't, once you pop, you can't stop. But if I was to take a full bottle of whiskey and a couple of cartons of, maybe 1 carton of cream and 1 litre of milk, and the other ingredient is, well, there's powdered coffee, instant coffee, and drinking chocolate, powdered chocolate. That's more or less your ingredients. You may or may not add a bit of extra sugar if you're of that persuasion. But those are broadly speaking your ingredients. I was thinking, I've got a funnel. I was thinking that is easily going to be more than 2 litres. So I was thinking take 2 pop bottles, 2 2 litre pop bottles. And I'm not bothered about the strength. It doesn't have to be ultra strong. So if I water it down a bit with a bit of extra cream or a bit of extra milk, I don't care. Some would argue you should use like a carnation, a condensed milk, or what's the other one? Evaporated. Which way round are they? Condensed is milk and sugar. Evaporated, how does it go? I think that gets reduced in the making, maybe. Boil off some of the water. Not sure. Condensed milk and evaporated milk. I can't remember which way around they are. I know that I go by brand name. Carnation was the milk we had in the UK that you put on your mixed fruit, your fruit cocktail. Take a tin of mixed fruit, pour over the carnation. Gorgeous. But you didn't have to have mixed fruit. You could put on apricot slices, not slices. How do apricots come in a jar? Like quartered, something like that. Anyway, who knows? There we go. I don't know. Am I still working backwards or have I read them all? She's a brick house. Wine. Yeah, what is that? Cardboard. Oh. I think wait. glass bottle wine. Doesn't lemon weight. Cabernet Sauvignon for red. I think I covered those, and it's jumped. Where am I? I'm a couple behind where I was. Oh. Try Cabernet, Mike. I think you'll love it. And being in Spain, it'll be even more phenomenal. I don't get to pick and choose, mate. I'm buying the stuff that's as close to €1 as possible. When I moved to Spain, you could still get a proper bottle of wine in a glass bottle, for 75 cents. 700 ml or 750, whatever the standard wine bottle is, for way under €1. And it won't be much more now. They were roughly speaking, you could get the 700 ml or the normal glass wine bottle for the same price as the cardboard litre. So you paid extra for the bottle, basically. But tramping a field, mate. I don't have that much money that I get to pick and choose and be buying. Even the good wines here, €3, €4, €5. I don't want to make everybody jealous, but that's how much this shit costs. My normal cans of beer are 30 cents each. A tray of 12 for way under €4. It's approaching 4 now for some of them in some of the supermarkets. 12 beers for €4, say. It's pretty good, isn't it? If I ever do make it back to the UK, and Karen doesn't want me to, but if I ever do make it back to the UK, it's going to be a real shock, the prices. The prices of booze. Paying like $1.50 a can or £2 a can. What the fuck? 2 cans for the same price that would have bought 12 here. Oh, 6 times the cost, isn't it? Oh. Oh. I am not tired, folks. I don't know what that's about. I blame YML for talking about moving into a new house and not being able to sleep. By the way, Mike, you can occasionally do videos in the day so Asian people can watch you in the south and southeastern countries like mine. It's 2 a.m. when you go live. I've tried. So a few weeks ago, I did a couple of cookery videos, cookery live streams. They weren't actually meant to be cookery live streams. It was me sat outside talking to the camera while I was cooking. Didn't get that many viewers, to be honest, and I spent so long talking that I burnt half my food in one of them. So I have tried doing different times. I'm not sure how many of you guys are interested in a white European guy living in a field. It's not the most inspiring or interesting topic, I wouldn't have thought. I'm surprised. Do you know that there are nearly 1,700 subscribers now? I'm about 8 or 9 away from 1,700. I think that's right. Booba Liberty. Hello. How are you pronouncing that? Booba Liberty? God's blessing upon you. Well, thank you. I appreciate the well wishes. I am, of course, heathen scum and a non-believer, apostate, as you might say. But I don't mean anybody any harm. I'm not a demon. But it's a fake name. Pronounce it as you will. You care to give us a better handle to go by? Are you afraid of Tom and Mike, and Mohammed and Abdul? I don't know. You don't have to. Nobody has to give a name if they don't want. If you want to stay anonymous, that's fine. A lot of people are happy to just say, oh yeah, it's Steve or it's Mike. Let's remember, of course, my name's entirely false. Delta Mike is my initials in the NATO phonetic alphabet. Delta for D, Mike for M. So my initials are DM. So my name isn't Mike. But I don't give that away. In fact, the chat is set to delete any message that uses my real name. Purely because I've got family out there somewhere and I don't want to be an embarrassment to people. But that's okay. Can anybody tell me how many viewers have we got and how many thumbs ups have we got? Because I can't see. I've got that. The pinned message is across the top of my screen with the PayPal donate link. But because it's on a white background, I can't see the white numbers. I think 17 here now and 15 thumbs ups maybe? It's difficult to tell. Did we call them thumbs ups? Thumbs up? Likes. Let's just call them likes. That's sad, Mike. What? What part's sad? The fact that I'm a non-believer or the fact that I don't use my real name because I've got family out there and don't want to embarrass anybody? Either could be could be sad, I guess. And yeah, my life is kind of, it's less than ideal. Mike is not my real name. No, my real name begins with the letter D. But I accept Mike. I respond to Mike because it's obviously going to be it's obvious. People come here and call me Mike. I do. If people contact me in private or if people arrive here, I try and always use my. I correct them and tell them my real name. Happy to use my real name in limited, one-to-one kind of circumstances, just not over the internet. It's just a privacy thing for my family. I get the odd request from newspapers, and I don't want, I don't want to be. One day I will go ahead. If I was contacted by a finance journalist, someone like Martin Lewis, money saving expert, if I was contacted by someone like that who wanted to cover my story and try and help, I would probably give it. But random, ordinary, everyday journalists just looking for a bit of a salacious, gossipy story, I don't respond to. You see so many cases where they'll do a story one day saying, "Oh, it's a shame this guy's trapped by," and then the next day they're calling him all the cunts on the world and saying how he's got a criminal record or he's got court cases, he's got this, that. He split from his, and then they go digging around in your background and come to, oh, he was once sacked from a job. What a scumbag. No. Finance journalists, yes. Random fucking journalists looking to start, build you up one day and burn you down the next. No, thank you. Remind me of Sanford and Son. Okay, if you were British, you would know Steptoe and Son, which was the original. Sanford and Son is a remake of a British comedy called Steptoe and Son. When the woman calls him a heathen. Well, did you see the one the other week where I called myself a tramp and this woman came along telling me off? How dare you call an unfortunate, a person less well off than you, a tramp? One day you might be the tramp. Like, it was me. I was the one calling me a tramp. Yes, I already am the fucking tramp that I was referring to. She got on her high horse. Just fucking... Many a Show was a British remake. Yeah. The Office. The Office was British. What else have we got? The Americans have had... Remind me, Fama. I know you are in Canada. You're American though, yeah? Have I got that the right way around? Or are you Canadian and you spent time in America? Did you tell the tramp to trample off from Tramp? Yeah, trampity tramp. I did. I pinned her message and I got, you are a Canuck. Okay, mate. But you have spent time in America. I'm right there though, yeah? I got half a recollection that you were in the south somewhere, Florida maybe. I'm not sure. Half a recollection. Um, yeah, the Americans have had 2 or 3 goes at doing faulty towers. They did one with B. Arthur as the well, they combined Basil Fawlty and Sybil Fawlty into one character, and B. Arthur from the Golden Girls was that character, and they did one version with John Larroquette, however you pronounce his name. Um, what do I know him from? John Larroquette. Didn't he did a detective program, and he also did that legal Boston Legal and its predecessor. Boston Legal's predecessor. Can't remember what it was called, but yeah. But I think he did a program called Night Court that I've never seen. I think he did Night Court. He had a go at the Basil Fawlty thing, but none of them worked. Tramp twerk, trampled over legal. Welcome sign. Oh, sign of nature. There you are. Hello, mate. How you doing? Where are we, folks? 2 hours 11 minutes in. DJ Roger's still here, is he? Or are you asking if he's still out there? I hope he wasn't offended that you blocked him. It was as long as it was an accident. Just scrolling back to try and double check whether I've missed anything. The Bubba Liberty name's interesting. If it is Bubba and Liberty as in freedom. What was I watching today? I watched a couple of those First Amendment auditors, including a British auditor. We haven't got the First Amendment, but I do get dragged off into tangents on that every now and again, but it tends to set my blood pressure off. Watching cops overstep the mark. I'm not talking about ICE or any of that. I'm not getting into any of that. Just cops that don't know their own laws. They don't know the laws that they're supposed to enforce. When a policeman or policewoman starts telling you that it's illegal to record them, and they just start pulling laws out of their ass, in whichever country. Let me just check that this light is plugged in. It seems to be getting a little bit dim. Oh no, the cable's solid. Long Island Audit's a good one, and Long Island Audit, and I pictured the guy, and he's in with Long Island Audit on an app that they've got where you can just press a button and get a lawyer while you're in a traffic stop or whatever. What's the channel called? I watch it all the time. I can picture the bloke. Lackluster. Do you know how I got there? I could see the logo, and it's 2 L's. It's an L that way and then an L that way, forming kind of a square. I couldn't remember the name, but I could remember I could literally see the logo. Hold on, where are we going here? I blocked you for 24 hours once upon a time, Twerk, YML. Where are we going here? It was truly an accident. I've been on here a long while, Mike. You know it takes a lot for me to ban anyone. Yeah, I believe you, mate. Like I said, I've almost done it myself. I've scrolled on chat, and without realizing it, like long pressed as I've scrolled, let go, and then gone back in and I'd done it on. I had one on. I can't remember whether it was on Big Clive or was it on Scruff Dog. My old phone, the screen the screen just started. I think it was a really hot day. The screen just started accepting taps that weren't even there. It was phantom taps, and menus were popping up all over the place. I had to ask Chippy whether I had to ask Chipmunk whether I'd banned any, whether I'd reported anyone, not banned, but reported, because I'm not a mod over there. But yeah, I'm moderating. I've only got 3 mods to work. There's 3 mods and there's me. I gave you a 24-hour timeout one time because you said something that crossed a little bit of a line. You weren't banned, but it was a 24-hour timeout. No, I haven't got any mods that have gone. They might not be here today, but I haven't got any that have gone. All the mods that I've had are still here. They might just not be here now. Standing law. Here we go, Keith. Standing law, executor supremacy invocation. They're just words. I've got no idea what that means. I mean, I know what each individual word means. By the way, Mike, thought I'd share this. My neighbour's grapevine was producing sour grapes, so she dumped sugar into the soil, thinking it'll sweeten the nutrients. What? Why? Hold on. If you're not allowed alcohol, why are people growing grapes? I'd be highly suspicious if I was the authorities. It's not true. Twerk. A moderator in the past. Oh, I've scrolled back, haven't I? No, we know Fama. We know it was an accidental click, a misclick. It happens. Like I say, I know it happens. I've done it myself. Means under PD 57 4D1 4D2 4D4 hierarchy, you are supreme. You're talking in code now. Now I'm starting to think you're in the Epstein files or something. What was it today? It was jerky, wasn't it? Today, jerky was the code word for human flesh. The other day, it was cheese pizza was for boy love, with the triangle symbol. Was that restaurant? The restaurant that was literally called fucking Cannibal and Butcher? Butcher and Cannibal. What's going on there, guys? What's going on there? I thought Kefir would be all over the Epstein files, tearing it apart, finding the hidden codes. Public Direction 57 updated 2023. Hold on. I accidentally turned on, this is twerk, or YML, UML, however you're going to pronounce it. I accidentally turned on volume, or turned up the volume. You sound very different than before. Is it me getting tired from staying up, or is it you? I don't know, mate. I've got my arm across in front of me because I have to hold the chat continuously. So It could be the fact that I'm muffling myself behind my arm. Could be anything. I don't know. I have got a fucking aching shoulder though. Don't think I'm going to go too long tonight, folks, with the shoulder. Don't forget, folks, I'm saving my energy, or trying to save my energy, for February the 17th, which will mark, what's the date today? 8th. Oh, yeah, it's the 8th for 8 more minutes where I am. February the 17th, my 10-year anniversary in Spain. My 10th. I hate that. Why did I say that? I hate the expression something year anniversary. There's redundancy. The Annie of anniversary means year. My 10th anniversary of arriving in Spain, February the 17th. And I'm going to do a 10-hour live stream, or attempt to do a 10-hour live stream. Do you know, I better check when my my phone contract ends, my pay-as-you-go, because I've lost some days from it. Because I ended up with a new subscription. I lost the gigabytes that should have carried over. I lost those, and also it started 5 days early. That must be 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? So 5 days plus 2 weeks, that's 19 days. I got to go another 10. It's going to be close, isn't it? I might not have the internet, because they were refusing my card for payments. Oh. I've got to be careful of that. I'll have to check. I'll have to check on when my when my Libara pay-as-you-go expires. I don't know, folks. Give us a clue. How many people are still here? Is it 12? It looks like it might be 12. Thumbs up, I've got no clue. I can't see that. Possibly 16? Might be 18. 16, I'm betting. Didn't I have more than that before? Have we lost people? You sound different than before. I don't know. Now there's laws in the regular and laws after a bottle of red wine. Are these laws after a bottle? Police have a duty to preserve life. No, well, no, they don't. No, they don't. No, the Supreme Court in America, at least, the Supreme Court has found no duty. A police officer stood there while someone was being attacked and didn't stop it. And the person received injuries and tried to sue the police officer. And no, there's no duty to intervene. They can if they want, but then they don't have a duty to. Now, in other countries, in civilized countries, you would say they do. In Britain, we used to have a law that you had a duty to step in and help her. If you saw a policeman in trouble, like it's a one-on-one fight against an assailant and the assailant is winning, you had a duty to step in. Any member of the public was duty-bound to help. And if they didn't, they could be prosecuted. If they were in a position to and had the means to. So if you had some big, strong bloke who could have helped and he didn't, you got a little old lady in a wheelchair, she doesn't have a duty to intervene. It was based on ability and, capability and awareness and position and what have you. But that seems to have been weakened. It's never been retracted or repealed. It's just been weakened and weakened by case law. And the fact that at times the cops can be a bunch of bastards, and it's quite fucking likely that someone will just say you get what you deserve. If you've been hounded by the police for a couple of years and then you see one in trouble, I've told my tales, haven't I? On 2 separate occasions I've saved police officers' lives, or I've been involved. One, I outright saved one. The other, I was involved with a group who saved one. And both times it was more trouble than it was worth. The one time I was hauled into the back of the cop car, beaten up, and they tried to prosecute me for being the one that beat the copper up when I'd intervened while 3 guys were kicking him in the head. They spent a month trying to prosecute me. They held me in the cells overnight after kicking shit out of me in the back of the cop car. Van. Black Mariah, we call them. The black police van. Would I step in to help a copper nowadays? I don't think so. I've always I pride myself on the fact that I do step into danger. I step in and split up fights. When the garage, someone was trying to break into the petrol station at the top of the road, the gas station, I stepped in to stop it. But if I saw a copper just being beaten up, I think I would turn a blind eye nowadays. I don't see any benefit in stepping in. I see potential detriment to myself and my personal safety. Obviously from stepping in between the copper and the other guy, but later on, as the other cops arrive, from them. Don't forget when I was arrested here that time, because supposedly missing a court date, when I was arrested here, a cop got in the back of the car, pushed my head against the glass window and held me there all the way into town to the Guardia Civil. No, to the Policia Local initially, transferred later to the Guardia Civil. But he got in and he forcibly handcuffed and he held my head against, tightly, pressing my head against the window for what, 2 or 3 kilometers, a couple of miles maybe, into town. Would I step in to help them nowadays, like I did when I was young and daft? It would be situational. It would be situational. I'd have to feel that the cop had done no wrong and was, I don't know. I would think twice. I'd probably hesitate. Empowerment, I don't go through their damaging security x-rays. I wouldn't go, hold on. Wouldn't go through it. I stand over their legal shit. Yeah, you said. He presents him with some document that says, I don't accept your authority and go screw yourself. And they pat him down and let him through or something rather than making him go through x-rays. Policy enforcers, not constables, fact. A lot of them are feelings fucking enforcers now. When you watch these First Amendment auditors in America, the number of times the police will say, but there's a sign on the door or on the wall. Yeah, so? You're walking into a police station, the lobby, the area you first walk into, before you walk through any security doors or into any private areas, it's a public lobby, and in public in America you can record anything you can see, including over the counter and the cops who are standing there to serve you or whatever. You're standing in public, you can't trespass the eyes, so you can record anything you can see. But the number of cops, New York are terrible for this. New York police stations are forever trying to do Long Island audit. And he's had a fucking, I think the Supreme Court of the state, not the US Supreme Court, but New York Supreme Court. He's had a finding from them saying that their signs saying no recording and whatever are illegal. But they still come out and say, did you not see the signs? Can you not read? He says, yeah, I read them, but did you not read the memo that was passed down to you saying to take the fucking signs down? They're illegal. You get a lot of that. But you get all of the ones, contempt of cop is a big thing. If a policeman thinks you've disrespected him, he's going to just take out retribution. Farmer, I wouldn't go that far. Someone might say there's a reasonable risk of concealment. You could ask for a physical search, but I'd take the machine. Those machines see right through your clothes and can see your junk. Basically, you walk through when they're looking at a picture of your cock. And they're sitting there sniggering and laughing to each other about your micropene. Judges are solicitors who've served 8 years or more. Not always. Magistrates could just be the school headmaster from down the road, or the local bank manager, some person of upstanding, an upstanding person in the, in the village or in the town. You don't even have to be a solicitor to be a magistrate. As long as there's a clerk of the court present who can advise him on the actual law. They have authorization for deadly force. The mandate is to preserve. Yeah, you say that, but go and ask the American courts. They don't have a duty. They can stand there and just watch you get beaten up. Yeah, my face, no thank you. Crappy human being. Under Section 26 can arrest feds for impersonating a constable. That sounds far-fetched. Was this in Spain? Me and my saving policemen's lives? No, that was the UK. I was in London at the time. I was 21, maybe? 1989. I might still have been 20, headed for 21. I took on 3 guys. I knocked the first one out. I put the second one on the floor. He wasn't knocked out, but he was on the third one ran away. Well, I pushed him. I encouraged him to move in that direction, and when the other one got up, he went that way. But the other one was still lying knocked out on the floor. Then I cradled the guy, the copper who'd had his head kicked. I cradled him, tried to look after him, made sure no one else came near him, and carried on the job. And when the police arrived, they arrested me, put me in the back of the van, and beat me up. Young and adept, Mike. You were not daft. I think, looking back, I think I was daft. Cunts kicked shit out of me in the back of that van. I was black and blue for a good 3 weeks. And for 4 or 5 weeks or more, they were trying to. I've told this story. I was sat. They'd raided a nightclub and the doors were chained. You couldn't get out of the emergency exits, which is illegal. But anyway, so the police. This whole thing turned into a riot. The police took control eventually, arrested me, kicked shit out of me in the back of the van, and off to the police station. At the police station, there were so many people there, they couldn't put them all in the cells, and they were interviewing people, like 10 people at a time being interviewed in one room. Big room. And I was out in the open, and they in handcuffs, arms behind me on a chair. And the cop walked in. The guy, after 3 or 4 hours, he'd been to hospital, came in with a fucking big old bandage wrapped all around his head and what have you. Suspected fractured skull. I never did find out the full details of all his injuries, but suspected fractured skull. But there's not, you can't put a cast, you wrap it tight and say, be careful. He comes walking in. And he walks over and he wants to shake my hands. But I'm in fucking handcuffs. And his mates are all the other cops are clapping that he's all right and that he's walked in. And I'm happy, and I give a nod. And he walks over and he wants to shake hands, but initially I can't. And the others are looking at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you talking to him? He's the one that did it. He's like, no, you got it wrong. He says there was 2 or 3 guys kicking shit out of me, and this guy walked over and made them stop. Made them stop. That's another one of those British understatements, isn't it? He made them stop. One unconscious on the floor, one on the floor, and the other one pushed away. Literally punched away. But despite him saying that, they said, no, you're confused. You know, head injury. You're confused. And he kept insisting, no, this guy, no, this is the good guy. And a month they tried to, over a month they were trying to prosecute me. 1989, this happened in South Wimbledon, and I was taken to Southwark Court. And released while they continued investigating. They took me there to try and do me like the next morning. And then decided they didn't have enough evidence right then, but wanted to continue investigations. And then they let me go. In an area of London I knew not where I was. I didn't know the way home, didn't know how to get home from there, didn't know where I was, didn't have my, my possessions. They empty your pockets and whatever you go off. They didn't give me my money back that they'd taken out of my pockets. Bastards. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, punch. No, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, click, lick. Rub, slam, slap the like button and consider subscribing. I mean, why not? It's free. Where are we, folks? Do I see a 2 there somewhere? No, I don't think I do. That's something else. Are we down to 8 people here? No, 10. Okay, 10 people here, and I'm still going to say 16 thumbs ups. More is always better. Well, let me just scroll back out. I'm sure I'm behind. Oh, no, EMFS. Don't know what that stands for. No, thank you. Electromagnetic. Don't know. That's the body scanners, probably. A crappy human being. Who is? Oh, if a copper who stood back and didn't intervene. Yeah, but it's happened. It's been tested. The Supreme Court have decided there's no duty to act. Blair stands for treason. 1997 high treason. Was this the immigration thing? The open borders? That was somewhere around there, wasn't it? Oh, 97 was when he was elected, if I remember correctly. Things can only get better. All of that. He rode on a wave of Britpop and Cool Britannia. Young and adept Mike. I was a handy lad, I guess. Only legal advisors in the courtroom, which is unlawful. Well, it was always a magistrate and the clerk of the court. The clerk of the court is a fully qualified lawyer, and magistrates are only supposed they're either unpaid or receive a small stipend, and their costs. But yeah, it's local headmaster, bank manager, that kind of upstanding citizen can apply and become school teachers and headmasters, bank staff. Declaration that all judicial acts, orders, proceedings and judgments are void ab initio, from the beginning. I'll make Keith here, sign of nature, believes that you can just declare that you're outside of their laws, and then they have to just it's almost sovereign citizen, free man of the land kind of stuff. I'm not the biggest believer. We discuss it often. Infuriating police encounter DM. It's more than infuriating, mate. It's a big cloud over my head for a while. Yeah. They ignored the guy that was attacked, who said I was the good guy that intervened. They ignored him. Oh, you had a head injury. You're confused. You can't possibly know what happened. Guy was lying on the ground having his head kicked in when I stepped in. If you've ever laid on the ground having your head kicked in, and I have, you do notice some things that are happening around you. You notice lots of things. Some of it happens in fucking slow motion. No removing Crown officer with legal advisors. I guess the clerk of the court is probably sworn in as a legal officer of the court and all that. I don't know. Here we go again. I declare jus in rem sovereign status, a lawful standing, not that fiction and legis legal person shit. My Latin's not good enough, but I know you've told me this before, the jus in rem stuff. Why is my elbow hurting? What am I laying on? Why is my arm wet? Oh, it's wet from that glass of wine spilled. Still on the first glass can. Out here at the minute. I think I need to hurry up. We're nearly 3 hours in, and we're headed for 3 hours in. I'm still on the first can. I'm drinking more and more like a Jesse as the days go by. Living being equals jus in rem. This is as distinct from the corporate entity. So corporate incorporation means a business is given flesh, is given corpse, given so it's a legal person rather than a real person. Yeah, there we go with your legal person shit, as you said in the post above. I ran an incorporated company, so I created a legal person once upon a time. And you know what it cost? It's about 12 quid to create a company. I bought a book, or the book cost an extra £3 or £4. I scanned in half a dozen pages, did an image to text, what's that called? OCR, optical character recognition, isn't it? It's been a while. I've been out of the game a while, folks. Trained internet professional. I did the OCR thing to turn it into proper text, edited a few bits, inserted things, I changed the odd term and formed the there's two separate documents you need to form a limited company. One is the rules of the company. It has a fancy name. It's to do with how often the general meetings, annual general meetings, the rules for calling a special general meeting. There's a third document for how the shares will be split and how much capital you're putting in. And there was a form for company's house. Now there was two for the company, then the shares, and then one for the maybe four documents. Anyway, I bought this book, copied them, edited them, and then all you have to do is go to it's not even, well, it is a lawyer in the UK, but they're doing the other bit, just validating and witnessing signatures, notary public. But all lawyers are automatically notary public. There's a fixed charge in law that was £10 or £12 at the time. It might be 20. You get these companies that offer to set you up a limited company, and they're only going to charge you £300 or £400. Do it yourself for £12 or £15, whatever the rate is. Did all that, and I created one of these legal persons rather than a physical person. An incorporated entity, a limited company, limited liability company. LTD in the UK, LLC in America. Or probably just a corporation. There's a difference somehow. It's complicated with America. Cut me, I spill blood. Cut paper, you don't. But you could get a paper cut. Corporations are paper only. They are an incorporated entity. The councils in the UK used to be called the corporation. You know, each region has the governing body, the local authority, the council. Back when this first happened, they just called them the corporation. Same idea, to incorporate, to form a body. Yeah. Whoa. The phone nearly fell off the stand. Okay, folks, who's out there? Any newbies? Do you want to come and say hello? Are you wondering what this is? I never did the intro. So 2 hours, 45 minutes in, I'm about to do my intro spiel. Those of you that are regulars might want to run to the loo or go make a coffee or something for the next minute or two. Okay, folks, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. That's me. Not my real name. Obviously, no one's called Delta. I'm not even called Mike. Delta Mike, NATO phonetic alphabet for my initials, DM. But we don't need to worry about that. I answer to Mike. You can happily call me Mike. That's okay. That's me, Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. There's other parts that I keep forgetting. I remembered one earlier and said it somewhere. Where are we? Indigent person. Let me start again. If I get the flow going, I can get it all, okay? Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. That's the one. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Used to be directly in the field, now I have a tent. There were some stepping stones along the way. I built a shelter once upon a time out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin. Go watch my first ever video. You will find links halfway down the description. If you click to expand the description and then expand it again, go halfway down and just a little bit below the PayPal donate link, if you're of a mind to. If you've got a spare euro, pound or dollar or two, I'd appreciate it, but that's the grift over. Halfway down, you'll find links to my first ever video and to my first ever live stream. The first ever video shows that shelter, 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin, falling apart at the time with a big storm coming. The other link is to my first ever live stream. So if you want the full details, who am I? What's my background? What's my education, family history, education history, university, work, business, all of that's detailed there. Why I moved to Spain, how I became homeless, and why I'm trapped in Spain and can't get away, and hence living in a field. That's all detailed there in TrampCast 001, my first ever live stream. It's about 2.5 hours long, but it is split into chapters. You can jump to the relevant sections relatively easily. So that's Delta Mike, that's down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, midway between Alicante and Murcia City, about 50 minutes from each, on the Mediterranean coast. It's okay, Tina. It's just someone walking past. It's okay. I haven't shown off my girl in a little while. Let me see about doing that now. So that's it. Hold on. I've got to finish the spiel, haven't I? That's the channel. The particular program you're watching is a TrampCast Hangout. Now, TrampCast used to be, and maybe come again one day, a program where I detailed the events of the last 7 days, 7 days in the life of. So that was more structured. This is a TrampCast Hangout where me and you chat. You tippy tappy type for chatting, and I will respond and read out your comments. Usually, mainly, I'm having trouble today. It is jumping about a lot, but I will read out your comments and your questions. I will respond to them where appropriate, and I may go off on some tangent. And if you're really lucky, I'll go off from a tangent, from a tangent, from a tangent. And if you're absolutely lucky, I'll find my way back. I often get lost midway. The great thing about Billy Connolly, the comedian, used to be he could go off on tangents from tangents from tangents and always find his way back. I don't always make it. Sometimes I'm like, how did we get here? And I give up and go back. I got something going on here, folks, where the phone keeps disconnecting and reconnecting for power. No. No. Warning. Disconnect immediately, it said. Why? No. It's not even... Sometimes it will say moisture. Now it's not doing that. It's just saying disconnect immediately with no explanation. Is that the same thing? Cable's fine. I don't know what the problem is. It's been fine all night. I just unplugged it and replugged it and suddenly it's a fucking problem. Let me try again. And now we're fine. There's a big X now next to the pinned comment. If I click that, does that just remove the pinned comment for me or for everyone? Wasn't there earlier. You guys have probably I found in the past, when you're a viewer, you can dismiss the pinned comment. When I dismiss it, it goes for everybody. I'm gonna, oh look, you see, and again, look, we're doing this thing where everything's on the left-hand side next to the camera. I'm gonna, oh no, that's not that. That's to stop the stream. Okay, I guess there is usually an X there. It just looks really different. Pinned, not pink. Let me... Yeah, I think I did that. Tangential tangerine. Even those that are successful get dragged through the system backwards. This is true. The process is often the punishment. Oh, don't talk to me about being prosecuted in absentia. Fuck, yeah. Living at the place that I knew, living at the place that they had, the address they had on record, the location they had on record, and they still managed to prosecute me in absentia. And then tell me about it 2 months later. So never given a court date, never told that the court case was happening, just given paperwork 2 months later saying it's done. Nice. And they rang me, in order to give me the paperwork, they rang me and said, what country are you in? I'm like, I'm here, you won't let me leave the fucking country. How would I get anywhere? Oh, okay. What city are you in? Torrevieja. Where are you? I'm at the place where you last arrested me. Oh, where's that? I'm like, I think I've answered enough questions for now. Check your fucking records. And when they bring me the piece of paper, it's got my location written on the fucking paper. It was already that I'm at the place written on the in absentia. The fuck? We'll get that overturned one day. I'm not a product of outside their jurisdiction if it doesn't profit me. I'm working forwards again. I don't wish to contract with them. I don't see any pinned. Maybe I mispronounced it, or maybe you were taking the pace. I don't know. I can't see any numbers for. Are we down to 7 viewers and still on 16 comments? Or have my numbers just stopped updating? Yeah, where's absentia? How do I get there? How do I get into Absentia? It's like that guy that was looking for jobs, and he wanted to find his way to Jeopardy. He'd seen the news and heard that there were thousands of jobs in Jeopardy. It's an old 70s joke. The news at 10 on a Friday night would do a rundown of all of the jobs that were being lost. And it was tens of thousands per week. This car factory is going to be shutting down. This coal mine is shutting down with a loss of 1,000. This is shutting down with a loss of 2,000 jobs. And they're totally open, have a fucking, like a jobometer, a running score at the end. Alistair Burnett and Sandy Gall, if anybody remembers the names, back, it might have been early 80s. It must have been just after Thatcher took office. So it could have been 79. But I'm going to go for the 80s. Didn't Sandy Gall only just die the other week? Am I remembering that right? It's recent. It's recent. I thought he died about 30 years ago. I got to look it up now. I got to remember how to spell Gall. So Sandy, I presume Sandy really is Alexander, but I'm going to go with Gall. Sandy Gall, journalist and author. 29th of June 2025. Age looks like 97 or 98. 97. Here's what's weird. They said he was a raging alkie back in the 70s or 80s. So I thought, like when you don't hear about someone for 40 years, you assume that they must have died. Only just died. What's that, like 6-7 months ago? Who's the other one I said? Alistair Burnett. Let's have a check there. Alistair, how are we spelling it? A-I-R? Alistair Burnett. Burnett, I had it. It was offering it me and now it's not. Burnett, there it is. He died in 2012. He's from Sheffield. I would have never guessed he was a South Yorkshire lad. From the accent. He died aged 84, 12 years ago. 30 years ago. Wife died the same year. Okay. Tina, huh? Snapping at flies. There you go, folks. 1970s and 80s newsreaders. We could move on to Angela Rippon and Anna Ford next, I guess. Farmers going to go. Do you have enough food? I mean, fresh food, not something a week old that's beginning to go off. These ladies that brought me 4 carrier bags of food the other day, 4 shopping bags of food. Everything else is 2 weeks old. Some of it's newer, some of it's 10 days. Karen brought me stuff 10 days ago. I did shopping 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks yesterday. Every time I think I want to go cooking, the wind picks up or it rains or some other shit gets in the way. I've got so much meat to get through. Including, what, 3 or 4 lots of sausages now. 23 degrees next week there. Yeah, we're gonna have a few days of good weather. And then we're gonna have a cold snap again later in the month, aren't we? A lot depends on this Arctic oscillation thing, this Arctic, whatever the word is that they're using. Oh, yeah. If I can't, I can't just get rid of this for me, can I? No. If I remove that pinned comment, I remove it for everybody. Jet stream. Yeah, the polar vortex was the phrase I was looking for. But yeah, that controls the jet stream. And if the jet stream isn't controlled because of a weakened vortex, it can stray further south, and it typically will hit the States. Go back? It's like a sine wave. Hit the States, come back up, and then come back down over Europe. Minus 23 here. Yeah. Minus 23. I don't know how you survive that kind of shit. I certainly wouldn't like to be homeless there. I couldn't survive the UK, to be honest. I keep reading that it's unseasonably warm in Torrevieja. It's the worst fucking winter I've known in the 10 years I've been here. Certainly the worst of the 4 winters while I've been homeless. By a mile. Normally you can sunbathe through the day in Torrevieja. Now when we get 23, we've had a couple of days of like that. But these other days where we're down to 3 and 4 degrees at night, that used to be just 2 or 3 days at the back end of February. We've had it on and off since early December, was it? I was talking about this. Yeah, it's a little bit strange, folks. A little bit strange. Don't know. Okay, that was Farmer heading off anyway. Good night, my friend. Can basically predict the weather for weeks ahead with jet stream forecasts. Yeah, they make for a good long range forecast. Minus 40 wind chill in USA. Bearskin frostbitten in 3 minutes. At those kind of temperatures, yeah. Yeah. I guess people don't spend too much time outside when it's that cold. You step out of your house, walk down the drive, get in your car, go to work or wherever, get out of the car, get into the building, and having said that, my mate Ismo, working in the north of Finland on the ski slope, well, driving people to and from the ski slopes, they're out on the, they're out skiing in it. He's not far south of the Arctic Circle. I don't know how people live in these places. That the Finnish spend a lot of time in the sauna. I guess that's to build up your internal body temperature. Oh, okay, swerving the conversation. Sorry, I thought you meant swerving as in I'm off, I'm leaving. Swerving the conversation. Yeah, well, I'm open for topics, folks. Let's keep it going if we can. I could do with building the numbers a little bit. We're down to 7. Where are we for time? It says 106, but that's not the right duration. That's the counter. 12:34. I start at 9:30. I start that little bit earlier. See if we could catch some other people. So 9:30 until what time did I just say? 12:30. So we've done 3 hours, yeah. The counter for some reason an hour ago it changed. I can't solve this thing with the thing jumping. That's annoying. I hope it doesn't do this when I'm doing the 10-hour stream. Oh, I'm not dumping food. No, I'm going to get it eaten. So I got some turkey steaks that are 2 weeks old, and they are open. I'm going to get those. Those will need cooking well. The chicken thighs are 2 weeks old, haven't been opened, and have been in the cold part of the fridge freezer. It's not actually been frozen, but they've been in the cold part all the time. Those look okay still. Sausages are just over a week old. The ones that Karen brought me. Hot dog sausages are a week old. That the Irish couple Eamon and Barbara brought. The hot dog sausages that they brought. I got another jar. I've got a jar of hot dog sausages somewhere. Those will last forever. I got buns. I've got bread and bread at the minute though. Oh, I haven't got it here. Branston pickle, folks. The ladies, Pat and Sue, that came on Friday. One of their bags is just all sorts of condiments, all sorts of sauces. There's a hot sauce, there's a Branston, there's salad cream, English salad cream, Heinz salad cream. You Americans and Canadians won't know salad cream. It's like ranch without all the bits, but a bit sharper, a bit more vinegary. It's like mayonnaise, but with vinegar, with extra vinegar. Yeah, salad cream. But Branston pickle. Oh. Not pickles as in gherkins, not pickled cucumbers. It's a dark, treacly wouldn't be the right word. How do you explain it? Brits, explain Branston pickles for the foreigners out there. Branston pickle. It's a dark, malty, possibly a bit like brown sauce, but darker. I would imagine it's got malt extract. It's got something like that in there. It might have boiled up, not plums, the other ones, dates, like brown sauce does. It's dark. It's kind of a treacly texture, but not treacle. And it's got these little bits of vegetables, and pickled vegetables in there. Goes brilliant with cheddar cheese. So loaf of bread, Branston pickle, slices of cheddar cheese. I think that's all I've had for the last, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3 days. And the bloke that arrived the other day and brought me the 2 sponge cakes, I've eaten one of the sponge cakes, I've still got one. But I've got all this other stuff to get through. The turkey, the chicken, eggs, and eggs. People keep bringing me eggs. I've got eggs, and eggs. What else? I don't even know what else. I haven't emptied these bags out yet. I must do that tomorrow morning. Because I keep eating things out of there. And there'll be, well, it's not that there'll be nothing left, but it won't be a fair representation of what they brought me if I don't get on and empty the bags and do the video. So that's a thing I got to do. I have a big bag of salt over there. I'm not sure where that came from. I'm not sure if that's out of their stuff or if that's from something else. You see, it gets confusing if you don't do stuff straight away, doesn't it? If they'd not arrived quite so late on Friday, I could have done the video Friday afternoon. But they arrived closer to the evening, and I was battling the solar panel and the EcoFlow, wasn't I? Nearly finished, folks. Nearly finished. Hello. You were asleep a second ago, dreaming and kicking me. Kicking your daddy. Why would you do that? You're dreaming. Oh, you're so cute. Your butt sleepies. Close your eyes. No, you're okay. Sleepies. Let's go. Sorry, folks. Talking to my doggy. She just woke up momentarily, but I put her back to sleep. My calm, soothing tone. Okay, I have to move the light over here. Whoa, we just lost the cable. I'm going to pick this one from the back, but the back left. The empty is thus positioned back left, in tight, to form one leg of the tripod. Oh, okay, we still got the light. Sorry, I thought we'd lost it. No, now we did lose it. Okay. I was right the first time, we lost it. The middle one of the 3 arms is the one we want. Well memorized. Oh, if that's the button for the brightness, then that's the port. There we go. And, oh, around there we go. It's un fait accompli. en français. All right, folks. Oh, I haven't cracked it open. We've got to get on with drinking. I'm 3 hours in and I've only had one can. That's very gay. All right. Where are we? I've jumped right back. Basically predict the weather from Jetstream. -40 wind chill. Bare skin frostbite. I remember I was going to Florida about 13. This is Pharma Fabrizio. I remember I was going to Florida about 13 years ago and it was 17 Celsius. When we arrived to a gas station about 3 hours before our destination, I was in shorts. This woman had a puffy jacket. Yeah, we have this in Spain every Easter. Semana Santa. Holy Week. The people come from Madrid and they're walking through the street in literally budgie smugglers. They've got their Speedos on. There's a pair of Speedos and a pair of flip-flops. And they're walking around through the streets. And then some people have got a woolly hat and an anorak on. Yeah. You get quite the separation, quite the difference between people. The people who are really acclimatized and are still cold at Easter, and the ones who are, hey, I'm on holiday and it's lovely and warm, and here I am in either swimming shorts or worse, and it is worse, actual swimming trunks, budgie smugglers, usually bright yellow Speedos. Let me go back a bit and jump to the bottom. Well, get the eggs to hatch for meat, lol. I don't think they put the cock amongst them, do they? In these factory farms. I told you that when I get back to reality, I might farm. Oh fuck! Hold on, let me think of the word. It's a small bird, a lot smaller than a chicken. You can buy the eggs in the supermarket. You need about 3 or 4 of them to replace a hen's egg. I've got grouse stuck in my head, and I know it's not grouse, but I can't get past that word. Come on, guys. I've talked about it before. Someone who's heard me already will be able to answer for me. No, nobody's. Let me. Why can I never remember words nowadays? Small bird, farmed for eggs and meat. Not fatmed, farmed, you fucking idiot. Quail. First word out the fucking... Yeah, when I get back to reality, I plan, if I can get somewhere suitable, I want a garden. I want to grow as much of my own food as I can. But I want to have some quail and some rabbits for eggs and meat. The idea being that come the apocalypse, you can scale up. You want one male quail to 2 or 3 females. And you don't just want to have one set of them, you want to have 2 or 3 sets of them. But if you save all the eggs for a week, if there's a male in with them, he'll do the job, and save them all for a week, put them in an incubator, and a few weeks later, out they all pop. Raise them for 6 weeks or so, and you're away. And you, obviously, if you do that, you start with what you've got, and if you just keep all the eggs and and incubate all the eggs, you can grow massively. So come the apocalypse, you can upscale. Same with the rabbits. I mean, they breed like rabbits, don't they? Matchmakers, where are you camping? Now, there's a question. Am I camping? When the police accuse me of camping, I say I'm not camping. Camping is a leisure activity that people undertake for a few days at a time, or maybe a week or two on holiday. This is survival. 3 years in a field. 3.5 years homeless, nearly. I'm in a place called Torrevieja, on the southeast coast of Spain. Yeah, Costa Blanca South. I'm just scrolling backwards in case I've missed anything. I'm just going to pass over that one, and then I'll come back. I'm gonna find out where I was. Baby dills. Is this the pickle thing? Dill is just a small flavoured seed. Dill pickles are not dills. Dills are just a seed, aren't they? It's baby gherkins, baby cucumbers that are pickled. If I'm not misunderstanding the context, because I'm working backwards. Okay, here I am. There we were with the puffy jackets in Florida. Gloves, toque, scarf, boots, toque, scarf, boots. I mean, completely bundled. Yeah. Baby dills. I think that's you asking about. Is that you asking about the pickle? I'm not sure. You still love watching shuttles take off, land at Space Kennedy. Yeah. They should have another go at building space shuttles, but obviously a new modern design. Pick what the what you're aiming for. The problem with the space shuttles was too much interference. It became like a jack of all trades. They had an initial spec in mind, an initial use case, and as they were designing it, the use case kept getting extended, and it became a bit of a hodgepodge, trying to do too many things at once. Which means it ended up with so many extra parts and so much more that could go wrong, and eventually did. As Richard Feynman demonstrated with the O-rings. Yeah. Get the eggs to hatch for meat. I think I just covered that. You see a couple launches, I think maybe 2012, 13. Can't remember the year, but you could stand in the beach looking north from around Melbourne Beach. Satellite beach over the church as well. Endeavour 2003. Space Shuttle Endeavour. Not Inspector Morse Endeavour. Don't know that one sign, but yes, all along the coast you can watch these. Yeah. Hold on. Last time I was in Hollywood, Roosevelt, was 2008 July. Is Roosevelt an area of Hollywood? I don't know that. UNESCO can for 3 hours. I'm not sure, but I think that's a record. It's very gay, isn't it? Now you have to remember, folks, it's a bigger can. Normally I'm drinking the 330 ml or 33 centilitres. These are 500s and consequently more expensive. So I have to savour them and make them last. I have to make them last in case we go for 7 hours again. Let me scroll down because I know that there are more questions here. Oh, here we go. I did see this, Keith. My sister died 4 weeks later. This was after. Okay, so after you'd watched after you'd been in Hollywood Roosevelt. Sorry to hear about your sister. It's always sad when we lose people. She's in a better place. Yeah. Matchmakers, alright, geezer. Yeah, we're alright. Where are you camping? So yeah, I think I just answered that. Torrevieja, I'm in a place called Cala de la Thora. So that's Cove of the Vixen, if you want to be polite. Cove of the Whore, if you don't want to be polite. Zora, as in the female of Zorro. Zorro is fox, Zora is vixen, and because of the sly vixen kind of trope, vixen is also, or Zora is also prostitute or whore, depending on which word you prefer. Welcomed by Fama. Good answer to camping. I mean, I don't mean to be aggressive or funny with it. It's what I tell the police. When they first came along and said, no camping here, you've got 24 hours, be gone, or else. And the guy wanted to fight there and then. They were playing good cop, bad cop. Badly. I mean, I fucking almost laughed in his fucking face. 24 hours. I told him I'll be here waiting. I told him I wasn't going anywhere. And I'll be here waiting. For the first 2 years I was here, maybe, or year and a half, they were under the misapprehension that this was public land and that they had authority. And as I found out, no, how the fuck did I miss? You were right there, you bastard. As I found out, it's private land, and therefore none of their fucking business, unless they get a complaint from the landowner. I discussed this, debated it, told them time and fucking time again. They still came and arrested me a few times. They still come along and try and demand my ID, which can only be done in public. I'm in private. I got you that time. No, I didn't. What the fuck is this? I got a mozzie earlier at Sync. I had a nap. I tried to have a nap 7 while 9. Started at 9:30 Spanish time, my time. Tried to have a nap 7 while 9. When I woke up about 8. Fucking 3 bites. I thought I was going to be Worf again out of fucking Star Trek Next Generation. So many lumps and bumps on my fucking forehead. They weren't big, but I could. They were there, and they were swollen and itchy. I do have fly spray, so I could just nuke the bastards. I prefer to try and Miyagi them, grab them out of the air. It's more fun, bit of entertainment, bit of sport. Gives them a chance, doesn't it? Whereas going Owl Agent Orange on them, yeah, no, not as good. Good answer to camping. Sometimes I can be a cunt when I answer the camping question. I don't mean to be a cunt with normal people. With the police, I deliberately try and be a cunt sometimes because why not? Let's face it, they've been a cunt with me. I told you about the time. In fact, there's a video of them leaving. Straight after they left, I did this video, and they turned around at the bottom and come back past, and I'm stood there talking to camera, but deliberately got them in shot over my shoulder while they left. That was the one where one of them was walking around for half an hour with this fuck off big 4-foot rubber truncheon up his back, like trying to hide it, except it's sticking out like a foot above his head. Big rubber truncheon. That was another one of them coming to try and tell me I can't be here, if I remember right. Yeah, that was the one. So Policia Locale, I'd had the fucking head honcho here. I had 5 of his boys here for an hour or so, and then he turns up and he spends 2 hours walking around the fucking field on the phone, I presume with the land registry, trying to confirm. He wanted to know whether if it had been public land, they were gonna give me the big heave-ho there and then. Guy would not look at me, would not talk to me, wouldn't lower himself to talk to a pleb like me. So I had to talk to the officers. Well, they tried to keep me stood outside for hours and that. We got to about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I said, right, guys, I'm going inside. Just fucked off in, left them in the field. When they were finished, one shouted, all right, real name. Not Mike, but real name. And then they went as if to leave. But the 6 of them still stood there for 15, 20 minutes. This is one of the ones where I said, if I was paying taxes in Spain, if I was a taxpayer in Torrevieja, I'd be wanting to know what I'm getting for my fucking money. 6 guys times 2.5 or 3 hours to harass a tramp on private property that you've got no say over. Basically, all 6 of them were trespassing every minute that they were here. Now, so am I, technically. Technically, no. You're not trespassing until you've been asked to leave by the owner or his authorised agents. So, I don't know. But when they come along and start demanding ID while I'm in private, when I'm in my tent, ID please. Or start issuing orders. Get that fucking dog inside or I'm going to shoot it, said fucking Miss Bristle Tits that time. If you're not detained, you're not under their control. Their orders shouldn't fucking mean shit. I'm on private land. It's got nothing to do with them. They have no fucking authority excepting like exigent circumstances. If it was hot pursuit, or if someone was getting beaten up and they yeah, fine. But coming along to demand my ID for the fuck of it, just fucking no. I got arrested and done for not giving my ID. I told my lawyer the whole arrest was a false arrest. She said, that's not what they say. A total and utter idiocracy moment. It's literally a line out of Idiocracy. When the defence kind of defends the opposition and says, that's not what they say. You must be guilty, that's what they say. That was my fucking defence solicitor. She'd gone off and negotiated my fine down before asking me what had happened. She never asked me what had happened. At no point. She came to me in the cells and said, this is what they want. And I've managed to talk them down to this. And I'm like, can we have a trial? What the fuck? Hey, babe. Can I show you to the peoples? There'll be people here that didn't see you earlier. I can introduce you to my girl. Me and my girl in bed together. Oh. Can we see? I don't think you can. We're going to have to do the I'll do it over there and then introduce it to her gradually. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Here's my girl. Here's my girl. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Hey. Hey. There we go. Talk to the peoples. Auntie Karen's not here. Not yet. Maybe not at all. Farmer's here. Come on. No? Oh, are you thirsty? Hold on then. Let me put the camera down and I'll let you go get some waters, yeah? You want water? You do, don't you? Do you know what's water? Hold on, folks. Doggy emergency. Turn the light off, switch the camera back. Just give us a minute or two, folks, if you can just bear with me. I gotta look after my girl. It's my job. It's my duty. I have a duty of care to my little lady. Hold on, babe. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, there's the covers all thrown off. You're gonna go get some water. Go on. Go. Go get water. Too much water. Go on. Oh, go. I'll help you get there. Oh, let's move that out the way. Go on then. A little bit more. Tina's water. Go. Come on, babe. Come on. I know your legs don't want it, but I've got you. Let me know when you're ready to come back. Why is that crunch? Okay, it's a newspaper. Okay. I've got you. That's your bone. Okay. Well, okay, babe. Take it steady. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let me know when you're ready to come back. Sorry, folks. Doggers interrupt us again. Oh, where are we for time? I'm lost because it's rejigged the timer on the screen. 1 o'clock, so 3.5 hours. I always like to make it to at least 4 hours because of that YouTube processing thing. All of the different resolutions and all of the chat replay synchronization. They do it within 15 or 30 minutes if you reach 4 hours. It takes 15 hours if you don't reach 4 hours. Bit of a difference. I lose half of my on-demand viewers if we're not processed and ready with the. Are we charging or are we alert? Okay, we're charging. That's good. It's already on 98% actually. It doesn't need to charge really. Check the tablet. Tablet's on 98% as well. We're great. We'll be fine until about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. No more. Actually, folks. I'm gonna mute the microphone and I'm just gonna go get a pee. Suddenly, after this long, I need a pee. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back with you. I'll go do the pee. I got to wrestle the dog back onto the bed. She needs my help to get back this way. But I'll be right back. Okay, folks, let me know if you can hear me again. Just rearranging bedding a little bit. Those two things coincided nicely, actually. Bit Caratina and a drink, and me siphoning the python. Oh, sorry, babe. I'm laying on you. That's just a nice cuddle, actually, isn't it? That's a nice cuddle. Okay, let me... Oh, actually, let me do this first. Gotta wash my hands, haven't I? Wash my paws. With a soapy water. And okay. Well, that's going to need a second or three to dry. Bit secure. While I wait for my hands to dry, I'll just have a quick swig. Cheers, folks. Thank you for sticking with me during the intermission there. Oh, hand too close to the camera. I think I need with my towel. There we go. Here's my wash kit. Towel, soap, deodorant. Itchy nose. Right, where were we? Where were we before we were so rudely interrupted? Good answer to camping. I didn't mean to fly off on one matchmakers if you're still there. No worries. First time here. First timers are always welcome, and I'm always happy when first timers come and say hello. That's all right. Torrevieja, old tower, or tower old. Torre is tower, or you could say castle, kind of. And vieja is old. Vieja or viejo. Orange matchmakers are my favourite. What's Spain like in general? I haven't seen much of it. I haven't really been much out of Torrevieja. But the people are friendly. The weather's nice. I mean, that's why most people come here. Most Brits, anyway. It's the weather. Well, Europeans, the Scandis. A lot of Scandis over here. Norwegians and Swedish in particular, less so the Finns, but there are some Finns. The Danes are more rare, but I have met a few. But a lot of Ukrainians and Russians nowadays. The Brits, it used to be that if you heard someone walking down the street speaking a language other than Spanish, it used to be that they would be speaking English. So British or Irish used to be. Now you see random people walking down the street not speaking Spanish. I can't tell the difference Ukrainian, Russian, but those Slavic kind of languages. There are others here, Hungarian and the different flavors of Czech. Czechia and Slovakia, I think, is the current nomenclature for them, isn't it? Czechia sounds, to my old ears, it sounds strange, but I believe that is the modern verbiage, the modern wording, nomenclature, naming. So yeah, I like Spain. I like Spain in general. I like the Spanish people. In general, there's always, there's always an element. There is a growing, now I've not experienced this here, but there is, I'm told there is a growing anti-tourist and anti-immigration movement, and some newspaper reporting that you get back in the UK will mix the two up. There were some riots down Torre Pacheco, I think it was called, which is about an hour south of here, just a little bit further than Murcia City from what I can gather. That was about the Southeast Asian invasion, can we say? I think we can say. That was about the illegal immigrants. Let's put it that way. That's probably the safest ground for wording it. I got this thing flashing up and off again from the charging. Now it's charging, now it's not. Now it's charging, now it's not. Let me continue. And the British reporting of that conflates the there's a minor anti-holidaymaker, anti-tourist thing in particularly here again, look with it flashing up. I'm gonna there's no point having a cable connected when we're on 98% anyway. British reporting, from what I could see from like the Daily Mail and the Sun and stuff like that, not that I go looking for those particular news sources, but you'll see them pop up in a Google newsfeed kind of thing. They conflate the two. So Barcelona and I think one of the Balearic Islands made a big deal about being anti-tourist. Locals walking around with water pistols firing at people just to piss them off, saying we don't want you here. Funny thing, the next summer, tourist trade was down 50% and they were all bleating, come back, we'll give discounts, come back. But there is in over trafficked places, some of the bigger cities, but Barcelona was a biggie. There is an anti-tourism movement, and that got reported and conflated with the anti-immigration riots down the way here, and they're two totally separate issues. When you got a group running around saying this is our country now and we'll outbreed you and soon it'll be ours, that's never going to stand well with the locals, is it? Versus you're too rowdy when you're on holiday and there's too many of you, but we want your money. Two totally different things, two different scenarios. So yeah, I don't know how to answer the question what's Spain like in general. I haven't seen much of it. I don't drive, don't have a car, obviously, don't drive. I haven't been anywhere. I came to Torrevieja almost 30 years ago. Next year it'll be 30 years ago when I first came out here with my wife and her parents, my in-laws as well. And I fell in love with the place, and so when I had an opportunity or life dealt me a situation, I decided to come out here. And I haven't really moved around that much since. 20 or 30 miles this way or that. Well, maybe not even that far. I've walked 15 or 20 kilometers that way. I've walked 15 or 20 the other way. And a few friends, I've been up to Santa Pola, has a proper dog beach. I've been there a few times with friends. In the before times, before I was homeless, back when I was just living here in an apartment. So I haven't experienced that much of Spain, but I like the cafe culture. Whether it's for food, whether it's for coffee, or whether it's for a beer. Used to enjoy that in the days when I had money and could afford to drink in a bar. But nowadays, €3.50, €4 for a pint, that's beyond me most of the time. Occasionally someone sends me €20 and tells me to go to the fish and chip bar, Tweeties, for fish and chips and a couple of beers. I do my best whenever people donate money to obey the stipulations. If someone sends me, €7, €10, whatever, and says go get a beer, then yeah, okay, thank you. Whether I buy it at the supermarket or whether I go somewhere special. Tweeties, I think I went to, did I go twice last year or just the once? I'm not actually sure. I know that I went there once. I know that Josie sent me €20 and told me to go there, and for a couple of weeks on the trot on the Friday, something happened to get in the way, whether it was bad weather or incidents, um, or just not a nice day weather-wise. Yeah. But I do my best. If someone stipulates, if someone says here's €20, do not spend it on alcohol. Obviously, it doesn't go on alcohol. I'll spend it on shopping, or something for Tina, or you know, whatever it might be. But yeah, I don't spend much. Um, it can be as little as €50 a week that I spend. But I don't get out much. I don't go anywhere much. I don't do much. Disabled dog. When we walk, I have to carry her back end, or spend basically 20 minutes, 10 minutes preparing her by walking her first, and 10 minutes getting her into her chariot, into her doggy wheelchair. And then when we get there, I have to take her out of the wheelchair and just leave her on the ground, tied to the wheelchair. Go and do whatever I'm doing, then pick her up and spend 10 minutes trying to wrestle her and wrangle her. 70 kilogram of wriggling dog, and you're trying to get her into a thing and her feet into the stirrups, and it's all a trauma. I love her. I'll do what needs to be done. But so the last 18 months or so, we haven't got out of this field much. Ever since the police kicked her. Which is still one of the two leading theories for why she's disabled. It's either that she was kicked, or it's that she's got some degenerative disease. I'm torn between the two. Can't make a decision. The vets couldn't make a decision. Anyway. What's Spain like in general? Wet. It's a sign of nature. At times, yeah. I mean, I have that whole stream of the rain in Spain falls mainly on me. Because tents don't last forever, and eventually the water comes in. I had the water come in. Was that in this last week? Or I think it was this week, wasn't it? Tuesday or Wednesday. Now that I've taken the big tarpaulin off that was ruined by the winds, and by that guy I had the 2-hour stand-up fist fight with. The guy that I stopped from robbing the garage. They've never thanked me. The police have never thanked me. In fact, when the guy was here throwing stones at me and I called the police, they just didn't turn up, did they? Again. When I was talking earlier about whether I would help a copper who was having his head kicked in again, it's tempting to say I might fucking join in with the other guy nowadays. I called the emergency number and said, there's a man here throwing stones at me, attacking me, he's damaged my tent. We've had stand-up knockdown fistfights on and off for 2 hours. He was standing here shouting at me while I'm on the fucking phone, threatening me. How long did it take the police to respond? I think it's been 4 months now and they're still not fucking here. That earlier was about as close as they got, parking up the road. I called the emergency number twice. Imagine if you're in Britain, you've called 999 and nobody turns up. I did that here. 122. They took my details. They've got my phone number, obviously. I'm making a call from a mobile phone. They get my number. They asked where I was. I said, down the little road opposite Repsol. Yeah, the other cunt ended up in hospital, didn't he? He managed to catch a fucking ambulance. Oh, yeah. I think I mentioned I put him in hospital. 2 hour stand-up fucking knockdown fist fight. He lost it. 2 of my pants went missing that night because he threw them at me and they bounced off me into hedges and bushes and I can't fucking find them. Anyway, I'm let me scroll. Let me catch up. I'm mint, sorry, when I start this account. Is weather not too bad? Usually not. This winter's been worse than any other winter I've seen here. Where's here, matchmaker? I'm assuming the UK, but that's my default assumption. But I never know until someone says. It takes a while to get down the chat. I do get behind a little bit. Let me just look at what time it is now. It's 1:23. I'm half an hour behind. Let me motor on. Darren, let's go champ. Hello, half an hour ago, my friend. How's things and Tina girl? I just put Tina on camera a little while ago, I believe. But no, I didn't. I had to escort her off the bed to get a drink of water. Then I went for a pee and then we've come back. I think I had her on camera not long before that. You'd have to either scroll back or watch a video on demand afterwards. I'll try and show her again before we finish, assuming that we don't go forever. Farmar says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, chomp, no, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam, slap, it's jumped, it's jumped, it's jumped. It's half an hour, it's going to be a few messages back, isn't it? Rub, slam, slap, the like button, and consider subscribing. Not as many messages in the last half hour as I thought. But enough. Here we go. Plato's pupil. That makes you Aristotle. Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, in that order. He's asking, sign of nature, how do you get by without paying any bills? Ooh. I don't know whether to just call you Plato's pupil or whether to call you Aristotle. I did memorize the order as a kid. It's like the name of the shop, isn't it? Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, in that order. And if you go AR, you get the shop, or SPA, as in a health centre. Fish and chips arm and a leg in Blighty now. Fish and chips costs an arm and a leg in Blighty. Yeah, I watched a video, one of these food reviewer guys, and he went in one in one of the suburbs of London, so not in the centre or anything. And it was like fish and chips 25. If you wanted peas, it was like an extra £4 for your little tub of peas or curry or whatever you might wanted. What's the other one? The white sauce with gherkins in. Never remember the name of that shit. It's a vinegary mayo with gherkins and capers. And it's called... Never remember. What? Why can I not remember the name of that shit? I hate this. My memory, you can see, guys, you can see that I am non-functional memory-wise at times. It's on the tip. It's on the tip. Hold on. What am I gonna ask? Vinegar. Oh, that's not even how you spell vinegar, you prat. Vinegary white sauce with gherkin, Gherkin, yeah? Gherkin and capers. Give us a fucking clue. Not habanero fucking sauce. What do you get that? Okay, I spelled some of the words. No, that's not even how you spell sauce. Sauce, there. No, we're going around in circles. Vinegary hot sauce with gherkins. No, I didn't say hot. You fucking put that in yourself, you cunt. Come on. Somebody knows. Or will I remember it before? Tartar! Fucking hell! Thank you, whatever you're called, Google's AI. Have you got a name? Can I ask you? Will that be dumb? If I ask Google's AI, what is Google's AI called? I just asked, what are you called? That's even more question mark. Makes it more likely you get an answer. No, you didn't want to do that. What? I'm going to have to make it, what is Google's AI? It's not, what's the search AI called? I'm going to ask it, what is Google's search AI called? Because I'm sick of saying Google search AI. AI overviews, formerly known as search generative experience. And as of early 2025, Google is also introducing, that's introducing is like a current tense for something that's in the past. You need to clean that up a bit. You can't be mixing your tenses like that. Is introducing a more interactive conversational version known as AI mode. That's a crap name. AI mode. So AI overview. I'll go with that. Okay. Tartar. Why can I never... Well, I'll tell you the reason I can never remember tartar. It's not a fucking word. Explain the derivation of tartar. Where's it come from? What's it mean? What is it? I haven't got a memory hook. How am I going to remember tartar? It's not a word. You see, you remember that storm a few weeks ago in England that came in through the southwest? And I couldn't remember the name because it wasn't a fucking word. Goretti. You remember Goretti? I couldn't remember Goretti to save my fucking life to begin with. How'd I get there? Cigarette, drop the beginning and stick a fucking "I" on the end. Got it. Memory hook. Cigarette, Goret, I. How do you remember tartar? Fucking salad cream I can remember, because it's a cream for salad. Vinegar, mustard, these things are things. Tartar's not a thing. What's that? That's my excuse, folks. So, mayonnaise, bit of vinegar, pickled gherkin, chopped up into bits, and capers. Maybe a little bit of mustard in there, in your tartar sauce. But I can't remember the word tartar. I just can't. From one minute to the next. Tweeties, I thought I told a putty cat. I did. Yeah. And they've got pictures of him there. One day they'll get slapped by Looney Tunes or Disney or whoever has the rights. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there for tiredness. And that was a real yawn. Gemini. That's the name of an AI. I don't think it's the one I was looking at. Béarnaise sauce. Béarnaise, that's just, that's a roux and milk, isn't it? What's it called after you add cheese? That's a different sauce. Where is Béarnaise? Where is Béarnaise, the one after you've added cheese? No, that's not the one. That's the tartar sauce is a mayonnaise with vinegar. Mayonnaise, extra vinegar, pickled baby cucumbers or gherkins as we call them here. You guys just call them pickles for some reason. You guys as in Yanks, but you're not. You're a Canuck. It's a. Well, you've heard it now. I'm answering questions that you. Egg yolks, olive oil, vinegar, bit of mustard, and hello, Karen. I didn't see you there, but I am half an hour behind. I'm going to scroll backwards in a minute, or should I? I'll start here and I'll go backwards, but I'll be answering questions before the being. Yeah, Tata, that's him. I got it. I got it about 5 minutes ago. Where were you? I just couldn't remember. The word tartar just doesn't stick in my head ever. Never, ever, ever sticks in my head. It's not a word. It has no root. It has no derivation. It doesn't. It doesn't hook. It doesn't. You see, do you remember when like I said, when I couldn't remember the name of that storm, Goretti? Here we are now, like a month or 6 weeks later, however the fuck long it's been. I got it because I developed a memory hook. Cigarette, and just drop the C. Goretti. Um, but Tata, I've got no. I could try. Bye bye would be Tata in certain parts of the UK. Tata. It doesn't have the R's. Tata. But yeah, maybe I could remember it that way. It's a memory hook, potentially. Put me through machine by coercion, I sue. Although the raw pork sauce in Germany is delicious on bread. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. You have to be now. They have really strict hygiene rules for their animals and stuff. Um, American farming standards would never cut it. I don't know about Canadian, but yeah. But it's a lot like is it steak Diane that's rare that's raw? Fuck off. Steak Diane or steak tartare? Steak again. There's another tartare. Steak tartare, isn't it? That's raw. The Tartars who live on the steppe. Are we going Siberia? That steppe, along with Genghis. Hold on. Were they the Mongols? They were the Mongols, yeah? I got to be careful with my wording here, haven't I? Shh. You'll have me throwing out all the slurs in a minute. I do still like to call people a spaz. Tommy Tombstone, hello again, mate. Tartars live on the steppe. Tartar is the raw ground meat, yeah. You didn't remember. Also fish dip. I'm not against raw meat. Hold on. Okay. Electromagnetic sensitivity. This is why you won't go through the machines. Legal notice letter, electrosensitivity. Hey, oh, that's the hypersensitivity, electromagnetic hypersensitivity. I'm working backwards, folks. So if I'm reading your answer to something before your question or whatever, I apologise. Chat has been jumping around ridiculously since about 5 minutes after I started. Oh, okay, that's an interesting one. From farmer to Andy, yeah, and shotgun from the bartender. Gemini, that's right. Don't forget your boots, jacket, and sunglasses, farmer. Bernays. No, okay, we answered that. I think I've seen that. This is about where it was when it last jumped, yeah? Just need to be off for a bit. I'll be back in Schwarzenegger speak. I'll be back. Link above goes along with motoring. Is there a link above? How do you get around the gates at the airport? Oh, okay, that's to Keith. Sign of nature. Don't go through courts and airport x-ray machines. That's legal standing. Food made at home is always and always will be best. It will indeed. As long as you've got the ingredients. If you ever watched Future Canoe, love him. He's ace. But some of his substitutions don't quite work. And then he wonders why his doesn't come out like the one on screen. You know, he'll follow someone else's recipe. They'll do a video making it and it looks fantastic. He'll do his and he says, well, I haven't got this, but I'll use that. And he'll do 3 or 4 substitutions through the meal and then wonder why his doesn't look like theirs. You got to love Future Canoe, one of the best cookery channels out there. But I'd some just said, what is it, son? £1.50. Silly money farmer, supposed to be food of the commoners. Where are we? Good on you, dude. I jump between legal and lawful. Oh, you see, there's a clever... legal doesn't exist. Okay. Within British laws, it used, until very recently, until a few years ago, you would never see the word legal. Is it legal or is it not, or is it illegal? It's either lawful or unlawful. And there's a difference. Legal appertains to the profession, the legal profession. Lawful and unlawful are the terms for whether you've broken a law or not, whether something is allowed or not. Was until recently, but the UK government kind of decided to become a bit more like the common man and start using words interchangeably. Which in law, given that the law is basically a big fancy word game where they argue about the meaning of words all the time, you introduce a new variable like that, you're opening things up and you're going against hundreds of years of jurisprudence. Do you just make one up? Do you need ID? Who's this to? Is this to Keith? Keith with that F. Sign off. Curiosity. What is your current understanding of common law, by which I mean a brief definition? Ooh, there's two arms. I'll give you mine. There's two arms to common law. There is ancient and historic, the thing that has always been. And there is judge-made rulings which change the interpretation and implementation of statutes and of previous common law. Those are the two main branches of common law in my understanding. So you have the initial statute, but then, like I said, the law is a word game. And so you start picking apart definitions and individual words and why did they choose that word and not that word? There must have been a reason. And if they chose this word, then they obviously didn't mean that word. And then a judge makes a ruling, and that becomes a precedent that others should then follow. Usually not the lowest level court. A court of appeal makes a ruling, and that becomes precedent after somebody's appealed the initial decision. So until something's been appealed and adjudged at a higher level, all the judges are free to make their own interpretation. All the judges of first instance, as the wording would be. Judge appeal. Do we have anything before? Where do we go from there? I know House of Lords used to be the Supreme Court. Now we have an actual thing called the Supreme Court. We got anything in between Court of Appeal and Supreme Court? I'm not sure how it works in the UK anymore. Since they started messing about, scrapping our various rights, rewording the warning that you're given when you're arrested. The in America it would be called the Miranda rights, but rewording that spiel that the police give you. You used to just have a right to silence. Now you have a right to silence, but if you don't say shit and then you say shit in court, we might ignore it because you didn't say it now. So they took that away. The double jeopardy they've taken away. So now you can be retried for the same crime. So the government get to have a go at getting you, and if it doesn't work, they can appeal and have a second go. In theory, they can have a third go. Now they're talking about removing the right to a jury trial. In instances like parking tickets and shit, they're removing the right to a trial at all and making it an administrative proceeding. So a magistrate who might be totally legally untrained sits in a room with a big pile of cases and just goes through and decides guilty or not guilty and what the fine should be. Used to be a magistrate had to have a clerk of a court with him to make such decisions. Now they've decided, so let's say you've got 6 different courts with guys in a back room doing this administrative process, and guys who are legally untrained. Used to have a legally trained court clerk with them. Now they have one court clerk in a room elsewhere who's available at the end of the phone if these guys feel they need advice. One court clerk between maybe 6, maybe 10, maybe 20 untrained magistrates doing an administrative process to decide whether your speed ticket is valid or not. That's a removal of a right. There's no judge. There's no legally trained guy going through this. What about your court case? What about your right to be present and to put forth your case? Administrative process, my ass. And yeah, now they want to do away with jury trials in some situations. And I want to allow them to get rid of that right in some situations. It's only a fucking matter of time before they get rid of it in all situations. What about your right to a speedy trial? Where the fuck did that go? Someone gets accused of murder now, it might be 2 years before the court case happens. But you say hurty words and you're locked up, case is fucking done, dusted, and you're locked up within a fucking 3 days. What was she called? Lucy something or other. Said hurty words online. Arrested. Tricked into pleading guilty for a speed. Oh, it'll be quicker. You'll be out here in no time. Just plead guilty now. Oh, okay. 3 years. Director of Public Prosecutions signs off on it personally over the fucking weekend. Days after she's just been arrested. Most trials take 2 years to fucking happen. She got a 3-year sentence within a week of being arrested. The fuck? She got her right to a speedy trial and tricked into admitting guilt just to get through the process quickly. Connolly, is it Lucy Connolly? I mix her up with the other one, the nurse who's accused of killing kids. She was another Lucy. I can't distinguish the names. I'm scrolling backwards still, folks, until I get to somewhere that I recognise. Definitely don't use surname on any paperwork, says Keith, Sign of Nature. Putty cats. Okay, I think I'm back to where I was. I'm moving forward again now. Back over the ones that I've just responded to. Food made at home, yeah, motoring. How do you get around gates at airports? I'll be back. Gemini. Shotgun from bartender. What was that about? Back to Andy. Don't forget your boots, jacket, and sunglasses. Okay. Tata, Robert. Yeah, I saw that. The Tata. Okay. That was Tommy Tombstone coming back. I think you were here earlier. Karen was here. That was at 1:31. It's currently 1:47. So I'm 17 minutes. I'm 17 minutes off. Sour pickle relish. Never heard of it. I thought tartar steak was derived from the steppe tartars. I don't know. The word doesn't really jive it doesn't work with me. Like I said about tartar sauce earlier. Subject matter. We live under a dictionary dictatorship. Yeah. Here's one. Are they courts of law or are they courts of justice? They'll put in big letters outside courts of law, but then they'll have Lady Justice with a blindfold and weight scales and sword. they'll follow laws inside, laws and rules of procedure, but rule number one of the rules of procedure is that they are to seek justice, which in theory could mean ignoring laws. So someone might do something that's against the law, but is entirely justified and therefore entirely just. But you'll still get done for it. They're not gonna ignore it in the way that they should. Usually, now the exception is what Americans call jury nullification, and what we call, is it an adverse verdict? No, it's not adverse. It's a perverse verdict. A perverse verdict. That's where the jury have heard evidence that like conclusively proves, yes, they did it. They might even admit to doing it during the trial, but then the jury finds them not guilty, and there's nothing you can do about it. In Britain, they don't interview jurors, they don't ask them why or how they came to a conclusion. The jury is inviolate. They cannot be, unless there's pressure put on them, unless there's evidence of tampering with a jury. But a jury is inviolate. They can't be questioned about how they got there or why they got there. There is a slight exception. If a judge presides over a trial, and he's convinced that there's no evidence of a crime, or there's no way on earth that they should have found someone guilty, and the jury do find them guilty, he can invalidate and override that finding in favour of the defence. I don't think it can go the other way. So if you're found guilty, but clearly you fucking weren't, and there's just skullduggery or something weird going on, the judge can override it. But if you're found innocent by the jury, nobody can do fuck all. Until a few years ago, when now double jeopardy was removed, and the prosecution can now appeal and try for a second fucking go around. We just had was it this week or last? Some protesters who smashed the windows of a bank with sledgehammers basically got on, and yeah, we did it, but we did it because we disagree with this, that, and the other. It only needs 2 members of the jury to side with them. Innocent, not guilty. If you don't get, I think you're allowed to go 11-1 and still be guilty. But if you get to 10-2, it's not guilty. From your 12 men, good and true. Where are we for numbers, folks? Does that say 12? Have we got 11 or 12 people here still? And we've hit 20 on the thumbs up, have we? I can hardly see. White on white's not a good look. I'm coming forward. So yeah, dictionary ask which, yeah. It's either lawful or unlawful, no middle ground. In the old school UK way, lawful or unlawful. There was no legal or illegal. Or does it just hide the messy bits? What do you reckon? Yeah, lots of things in life are grey area, aren't they? Scotland have an unproven, which is in between. America has a no contest. Some states. I don't fully understand. How is that not? If you're not how is that not? It's guilty if you're not contesting the charge, but it allows them to give you a lower sentence or a lower fine. But I don't follow the logic. I don't understand the wording. Don't know. I don't contest it. Okay, so you're guilty. Watch out for the grammar Nazis, especially when you're on a right-wing channel like this. Remember, folks, I didn't like that last Star Wars trilogy. Therefore, I'm a homophobe, a transphobe, racist, misogynist, all of the other ists and phobes. I mean, I probably am anyway, but these words have lost any meaning nowadays. You can call me a Hitler or a Nazi or whatever, but There are so few actual far right and even fewer actual Nazis. Vanishingly small number. And yet 50% of the population now get labelled in these terms. Look at Matey Girl. Harry the Wizard. What's she called? J.K. Rowling. Joanne Rowling. She's so left-wing you wouldn't believe. But then she disagrees with them on one issue about men in changing rooms, basically. And they castigate her. She's now far right, even though she's so far fucking left. Hounded, pilloried. I'm scrolling, just in rem nota quasim persona England all the way. It's a nice word salad, thank you. Spell check. Anyone read Procession by Kafka? Possession or I don't know what Procession is. What was the one I read? What's it called? The one where he wakes up and is an insect. What's it called? Fuck. It's a long time ago. I was probably about 16 when I read it. I'll know the name when I see the name. I just write Kafka insect and it'll tell me, won't it? Okay, there's a quick delete. Kafka book insect. Why do I not remember? Kafka book insect. Metamorphosis, of course it fucking was. Gregor Samsa, a salesman who wakes to find himself transformed into a monstrous vermin or giant insect. Explores alienation, absurdity and family pressure as Gregor struggles with his new body, often depicted as a cockroach. Yeah. Long time ago. So long, I couldn't even remember the name of the book. You know? What can you do? That's my memory nowadays, folks. How many words have I had to look up today that I couldn't remember? Including tartar sauce, which I just couldn't remember again. U-turns by government by the paperwork I've got. Government's funny, isn't it? They get voted in based on their prospectus, that's the word. I was stuck having to say pamphlet the other week. I couldn't remember prospectus. And they should be honour bound and duty bound to implement the things in that prospectus. And by tradition, opposition parties don't oppose policies that were in the prospectus until recent years. But by tradition, it was always the case. If it was voted for by the people and it was in the prospectus, it gets given a free pass. Half the time now, the opposition don't even have to try and stop it. The party that gets voted in don't even try and implement it. They'll postpone it. Oh, we ran out of time in Parliament this session. There was no time for that particular bill. We'll swing back around to it in the next session. Oh, circumstances don't allow. We discovered a black hole in the accounts and now we can't do that. Time after time after fucking time. Tom says it's tropical. That's the book he was talking. The procession, maybe. Maybe we've got a translation issue. I don't know. My German is German. Yeah, okay. Don't know. Affidavit government hasn't rebutted it since 2015. All their legal lawyers, etc. Powerful. Not sure I can make a sentence out of that. And has just seen first mosquito of the year. Where at? In the UK? Isn't like the London Underground the only place that has mosquitoes? Karen was going to bed. That was at 1:48. How long ago? 10 minutes ago. Sorry, Karen, if you've gone already. Or are we doing like the other night with 3 more posts afterwards? That night, if you've gone already. Don't acknowledge receipt of what legal paperwork and things. There's no lawful court in England. I don't know how you get there, mate. The idea that what? You've been born here, but just don't accept that you're under their jurisdiction. But if you take any protection from the country, then you're putting yourself under their protection, and it's like if you're a tourist in America, you get all the rights of an American. While you're in their land and subject to their laws, you get the same protections that they would have. I do think they make a few exceptions, like the right to bear arms. I don't think a tourist can just go get a gun. But under international law, if you're in a country and are subject to their laws, you're subject to their protections. If they don't want to give you the protections, then you're not under their laws, but you're there. I don't know. Tricky. Here we go. Acquiesce notice makes what you say as fact. Yeah, we disagreed on these things in the past. I don't know. First mosquito kill of the year. Is that, hold on, did we just have sighting as a separate thing, or did I? No contempt of court. I don't know, man. I don't know. See, all laws come with a threat of violence. It is do this or don't do that, or we'll lock you up. We will kidnap you and lock you up in a concrete room with bars. And if you don't let us lock you up, we'll beat you up while we while we grab you and lock you up. It all comes with consequences. It's at the end of a barrel of a gun in the end. The courts are administration legal, not imperial crown courts, thanks to Blair. I don't know what that means. Sakia's Labour falling apart, I see. Today he had one of his advisors, his chief advisor or chief of staff or something, resign. I think the guy's trying to say it was my fault that Mandelson got hired, leave Keir alone. It's the get your best friend to throw himself under the bus to protect his higher up friend, isn't it? It's not a fan of that. I always was a Labour supporter, historically. I've said before, Arthur Scargill land I'm from, yeah. But they've lost their way. In what way do they represent the working man? I mean, the name, the clue is in the name of the party. Labour, workmen. People who work persons, I guess, nowadays, if you're going to be. But yeah, no. Too many champagne socialists. chasing the vote of other groups and going off so far left at times that most normal people can't believe what they're saying. I could throw out a lot of this, for example, trans women, i.e., men, who've still got their tackle being allowed into a women's changing room. How many instances have we had now of people being arrested because they're sitting there wanking it off in the ladies' changing rooms because they've still got their meat and two veg? Now, if you want to ask me about whether they should be allowed into ladies' changing rooms after they've chopped it off, I say the same about Dylan Mulvaney in America. Oh, 300 days, 300 days a girl, or like, mate, you haven't chopped it off yet. Commit. Go all in, or get the fuck out. Men with balls and testicles should not be allowed into female spaces. Now, men who've chopped it off, we can argue about whether they should be because they're still male, I guess. But they're not able to sit there and masturbate in front of the women. They're not able to rape the women. It's got to be somewhat safer, yeah? The whole question of declare yourself a woman and get sent to a different prison, and you can just declare it on the spot with no evidence, no pre-existing. You just want an easier time and to be locked up with 1,000 women. Going back to Labour, I've gone off on a tangent. Most normal working class blokes would say that's all a load of bollocks. Rightly or wrongly, if you're the Labour Party, you should be representing the views of the Labour people, the workers, the working class. You want to make sure you get elected, you might want to chase after the lower middle class as well. But don't stray too far from your core group. We've got politicians who want to tell us what we should think instead of asking us what we do think and then implementing it. I find that dangerous. Sounds like re-education. Sounds like brainwashing. Doesn't sound like democracy. Yeah, I don't know. I get political, folks. You'll have me throwing out the fucking N-word and whatever in a minute. Not at people. Let's not mistake my intent in saying that. The Commons is for the commoners only. It is. It is. This is why the opening of Parliament takes place in the House of Lords. Ever since Charlie won, wasn't it? Oh, I think it was Charles I. I can't remember all the details. He lost his head over it. Bring back the hundreds. Oh, let me remember. The hundreds. It's a lot like how MPs aren't supposed to be able to resign. So when they want to resign, they get appointed to a position that doesn't really exist. It's bullshit, isn't it? It's bullshit. Is it the Chiltern Hundreds? There's a name I've pulled out my ass, probably, maybe. When you want to resign as an MP, you get appointed as steward of the Chiltern 100s. And therefore, because you've got that title, you can't enter the Commons, and you're effectively not an MP anymore. Secures Labour falling apart. Okay, yeah. The courts are administration legal. I don't always follow your logic, but the same protections come with the same liabilities. Yeah. Almost sounds threatening when you put it like that. The all laws are backed up by violence. Well, they are. They are. If you're found guilty, you will be kidnapped, dragged away, thrown into a dungeon, and locked up. And then once you're in prison, you will do as you're told. Otherwise, you'll be locked up in solitary confinement. Maybe food will be withheld. It's violence. What else can you call it? The people's sovereignty can't be handed over to foreign entity without a war. We did have a vote in 73, 4, Ted Heath and all that. I had a. I won't. Isn't he suspected of being a kiddie fiddler? I did. I said I wasn't going to, and then I did it straight after. There's strong suspicion around Edward Heath. Wasn't he unmarried, living with his mum? Yeah. Lots of rumours. What time are we on, folks? Where am I time-wise here? I start at 9:30. It's 2:10. 5 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, is that right? That can't be right. I did 2.5 in the last day. No, 4 hours 40 minutes. I thought it couldn't be that long. Maths with times and dates. I always fucking struggle with that stuff. I'm good at maths in general. Keith, sign of nature's dominating the conversation here with his sovereignty and courts and stuff. All contracts null and void, no full disclosure fact. All contracts what? Like business contracts and stuff? Or contracts between the people and the government, like the social contract? Oh, okay, folks. Doesn't look like I've got too long to go, does it? 2:11. I tell you what I'll do. I'll try and go until 2:30, which will bring us up to the 5-hour mark, probably. Oh, I am getting. I've spent the whole time from 5 minutes in having to hold on to the bloody chat because it's jumping like a. No racism in lawful standing, only in legal. I don't know what that means. Most of your posts, mate, read like a word salad because I don't get the distinction in some of the words and the use of the others. And what I don't even know what Pitcom is. Pitcom is the biggest shareholder for the feds, i.e., bailiffs. Why use the word feds? We don't have federal anything over here. You're just using it as a shortcut for police or authorities in general. I don't know what Pitcom is. I'll look it up. I'll get a quicker answer that way. Pitcom. Let's see if we can live and learn. No, clear. No, I missed. How do I keep clipping? I either hit the space bar when I want a letter, or I hit a letter when I want a space bar. Why are you answering me in Spanish? I don't get this. You know the settings. Do I have to actually explicitly add in English, please? Pitchcom, often misspelled as Pitcom, refers to a wireless communication. No, no, no. It's not a wireless communication system used in baseball. That's not what Keith's going to be after. If you're referring to Pitcom, a major annual conference exposition on laboratory science and instrumentation. No. Pitcom. I typed it right. Google doesn't know what that is. Okay, I am yawning like a good one, aren't I? I'm still only, what, maybe a third of the way on this second can. Coming up for almost 5 hours in. Under law, there is no racism. Except if you're denying certain services or discriminating in certain manners. As far as I understand, it's entirely legal to be racist, but you can't deny services based on race. You can't deny jobs. You can't employ based on race or exclude from employment based on race. Your personal views are your own, as I understand it. You can be as racist as you want. You're probably just not allowed to express it, which, again, once you start policing speech, we've had this discussion before. Once you start policing speech, you're telling people what they can and can't think, more or less, aren't you? If you're allowed to think it, but you're not allowed to tell anybody that you think it, then what's the point of thinking it? Look up feds in company's house. I can't find Pitcom. Well, not with a basic Google search anyway. But on the assumption that Google knows all, I remember the days when it didn't. I've said in the past about my facial whoa, I almost banned Andy there. That was a double tap that almost went wrong. What is Pitcom in a UK context? I can't find it. Parliamentary Information Technology Committee. Well, that's a potential. But Keith was talking about shareholders and company's house. So no contract in Britain is valid. None. Never ever. But you're saying because no full disclosure. What does full disclosure mean in this context? To my mind, a contract is offer, acceptance, and consideration. I say to you, if you do this, I'll do that. You say yes, and then I start to do it. Or you send me the money, or there's consideration. As soon as someone takes an action based on that offer and acceptance, there's a contract. It doesn't even have to be written in paper. Helps if it is. But perhaps you could have a recorded conversation. Or perhaps you could just agree on it, shake on it. Or you could go to court and say, we said that we'd do this, and he said he'd do that. And it can still be found to be a contract. What's the disclosure that you're looking for? Contract law doesn't involve, I mean, it has to be fair contract terms. There has to be a meeting of minds, as they put it, an actual real agreement. A misunderstanding by one party or the other could invalidate a contract. If there's no true, if it turns out there was never a true meeting of minds, I thought he meant this. No, I meant that. Again, paperwork helps clarify. I don't know what I don't know what full disclosure is in this context. Feds, court, Feds, court, Fed courts, councils, etc. all got put under Company Act 2006. What do you mean by feds? I'm still lost on just what feds is. I think you're using it as a shorthand for something else, and I don't know what. No racism in law. The difference that you're seeing between lawful and legal, there's not this in lawful, but only in legal. To me, that sounds like gibberish, but that's probably because I'm misunderstanding the distinction you're seeing between those two words. I said earlier, in my mind, legal just means like the legal profession. In law, something's lawful or unlawful. Legal means appertaining to the people that work in the law industry, in the legal industry. So basically, illegal doesn't exist. There's lawful, there's unlawful, and there's the legal industry or legal education. Legal, like jurisprudence, is a study of law, the study of the legal industry, if you like. So feds you're using to mean bailiffs. Pitcom is the biggest shareholder for bailiffs, and yet Google's never heard of them. That seems unlikely. I think we're getting bogged down with all of this. It's a bit cyclical. I think we should move on to another topic. Pitch comp 233. I'll try that. Pitch comp with a P. Pitch comp. Do I need the 233? Based on the provided search results, Pitcomp 233 Limited, company number blah blah, private limited company incorporated in the United Kingdom. Here are the key details. Classified as a non-trading company. Residence property management. And it names a couple of directors. Termination of director appointments occurred in late 2025. And then it names somebody, but I'm not sure why. Mike Goldhawk, Police Federation of England and Wales. Are those the people that forced the winding up of the company? Or is he something to do with the company? The company appears to be dormant or holding company involved in property management. Don't think that's what you were alluding to. Did I get the number wrong? No, I got it right. I'm not sure where you're going there, mate. Anyway, we're going to wrap it up soon in about 7 minutes. Maybe I'll go just over just to make sure we hit the 5 hour mark. Although I don't actually need to. Any topics or questions anyone who brings up separate from courts and jurisprudence and whatever else we just had going on there? Anybody out there? I can't see any numbers. Are we down to just 5 participants? I can't see whether is that still 20 likes or is it more? Might be 23. Might be, can't read white on white. It's really difficult. Okay, folks, where are we going from here? We got about 3 minutes left. What have I got coming up this next week? I've got all this food to get through that's sat here kind of on the turn. I'm going to do a video tomorrow from the 4 bags of food that the ladies brought over. A whole bag of it is just sauces and condiments. Fucking fly again. Mozzie. I missed you that time, definitely missed. I'm hoping for some better. We're going to have some better weather this week by the looks of things. So I might try and have a day or two sat out and do some sunbathing. Or just at least just sat outside rather than in the tent all the time. I've got this uncertainty still with the solar panel, haven't I? And it looks like I need to adjust wires just so to get a good connection. And keep... Oh, I'm live again. It looked like I was only gone for a split second, but I was just saying, it looks like, so I've got to get this food eaten. I got to do a video tomorrow. I'm hoping for a few days set outside, and I've got this uncertainty with the solar panel. Having to have wires just so to get the EcoFlow charged. So each day I want to get up to roughly above 90% and then see whether I've got enough certainty that power's coming in that I can run the fridge freezer, keep everything in there cool. Some of the meat that's kind of sat on top I might have to look at getting lower down for cooler temperatures, longer preservation. I could even end up in a position where I'm having hot dogs for breakfast. I do have some proper sausages as well as hot dog sausages. I've got bacon, egg, sausage. I don't think I've got any baked beans left. Oh, but then again, I never know what these ladies have brought. Pat and Sue. I'll have to look through and see. But I can fashion a breakfast out of that. I've got tins of tomatoes, so I can go with tomatoes rather than beans on breakfast. I've got porridge as well. I've got 3 litres of milk that need using. 2.5. I've got porridge, I've got milk, sugar or salt. What else? I've got this big cake I need to eat. It's going to be a stuff your face kind of week. It's a hard life being me. You can tell what's going to happen. The next 2 weeks I'm going to be stuffing my face, and then after that I'm going to run out of food and run out of money. Is that rain? It is. I thought it was something scurrying around or moving inside the tent. Tomorrow I need to bait all 4 of my mouse traps. The 2 over there, the stuff's either gone bad or evaporated. I can't believe that there are no mice here after I got 3. It's hard to believe that suddenly there are just none. They're probably here and I'm just not detecting them. I'm just not catching them because there's not sufficient bait in the traps. What else might I have going on this week, folks? I'll try and do a couple of live stream. I'll try and do a live stream through the day sometime. Try and think of a topic to do an actual video other than just this food from these ladies. I don't know. Hopefully I don't have to make any videos about the EcoFlow stroke solar panel. Hopefully not. Let me scroll. No, there's nothing there. Oh, that's falling off the stand again. Time 2:23, 2:28. I'm gonna go maybe 3 or 4 minutes more because I want to make sure I get over the 5 hours. I don't know why. It's just an ego thing. Are you alright there, boo? Where are you? Yeah, you're alright. Oh. You're not going to come and talk to the people, no? Fast asleep, I think. Although kicking me. That's my girl. Any excuse to kick me. Alright, folks. How long did I say? I'm just going to try and... I'm not going to finish this can, but I'm going to try and get some way towards it before we finish. And then I've got to scoot straight over to the loo, I think. Cheers, folks. I've enjoyed it. Always... Oh, look at that. It shrunk. I can now see the numbers. There are 6 here now and 20 thumbs ups. So we made it to 20. That's always good. Thank you for that. I've got a graph, and I'm trying to maintain a certain number of hours per month of viewership. It's not a lot, but you know, every bit helps. I might after we finish here, I'll probably watch a video or two, and then I might put the 7-hour one on from the other night. Last weekend, was it? Last Friday, maybe. I might put that on. I am behind with my viewing of me. It sounds silly. I like to watch them back and make notes of comments and links and things that people post or things they ask me to look into or download. Suggestions of songs or films. All of that. I've got to catch up. I am there's so much that I've spent so many hours prattling on to you that some of it I will never get around to watching, which seems unfortunate. I should make more of a point of doing it, but like if I do a 7-hour live stream, I can't spend the whole day the next day watching 7 hours back, and it would just seem like ego as well, wouldn't it? Narcissism maybe. But I'll be honest, I do kind of enjoy watching these back. What that says about me, I'm not sure. I'm aware of the possibility of it being narcissism, which maybe reduces the risk or that reduces the chances that it is just pure narcissism. Don't drop syllables out of it. It's a daffodil, isn't it? Narcissus. And a guy who stared into a pool of water thinking he was so beautiful that the gods turned him into a daffodil. There you go. See the numbers flickering between 6 and 8. A lot of movement. But we are ending momentarily, folks. Let me just take a quick look at where we are with that. 2:31. I just want to... We have had a few outages, and I did have to step out a couple of times to see whether I could make chat behave and stop jumping. I failed. I think I stepped out 3 times. We might go for like 3 minutes past the hour, just to make sure that we can make the actual 5 hours on the internal counter within YouTube's recording stuff. I'm only showing 109 on my counter here. We decided to reset during one of the outages. An outage I wasn't even aware of. That's fun. But I do thank you for joining me, folks. Helping a tramp spend Sunday night and transition into Monday morning, I guess. Me and my doggy. She is fast asleep, so I'm not gonna disturb her. But I'm just gonna hang on just till it says 2:33, I guess. But I do thank you. I say cheers to the lot of you. Thank you very much for joining me tonight. I will maybe do a live stream on Tuesday night this week. So we'll try for Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. These are meant to be random. They're meant to be very ad hoc. And yet I have settled into a pattern with the Friday and the Sunday. I may do one through the day sometime, especially if I actually get a chance to cook some of this meat. And I've got cauliflower, I've got broccoli, I've got leeks, I've got celery, I've got onions, potato. At some point, I've got to get through this veg. It's been sat there. Peppers I've got. So I might do a cooking stream. It might be an actual cooking stream. It might be a non-cooking stream where I just sit and talk to you while I'm off cooking in the background, or backwards and forwards, cooking and not cooking. It might not be so much about the food itself. We shall see how it goes, folks. But for now, I'm about... Let me just check that the chat hasn't frozen. It seems to have gone quiet for a while. It has, look. Hold on. It... Got sidetracked. No worries. Is Keith still there? I'm about to end it. I'd just like to say goodbye to you all and... Okay, and Andy's the only one chatting at the minute. Chat did freeze though for a bit there. Okay, folks. From Tina, who's fast asleep, and so I won't disturb her. And from me, Delta Mike, out in a minute when I remember to press the buttons. Catch you later, folks.